that again. Why do you have to be part of the problem? There must be a reason for this. I can't do this on my own, sadly.
Stand with me!
Fine.
Payload deployment is about to begin.
Let's get out of here.
Stand with me!
Escort the payload.
I need a strategy.
Hold this point!
I'm annoyed now. Fine.
Select talent.
I'm annoyed now. On the run again.
You have been slain.
I will aid you.
I don't want to do that again. Oh,
I will aid you.
Fine. I can't do this on my own. I'm annoyed now.
been slain.
That was entertaining. My head hurts. Easy enough. Get out of there.
Kill.
You fought well this day, my warriors.
Perhaps I'm not the only prodigy here after all. Fine.
Well, really, he got two of those? He got two of those, bro. Hold on, why am I getting spammed?
With me.
Like, what did I do wrong to get spammed?
My head
Our
hurts.
paths shall be one.
Alright, guys. I was going to just use this account as a casual account, but from the looks of it, like, I feel like I should put a little more effort into this one. Top lane is in trouble.
Something bad's about to happen.
Oh shit.
You have been slain. Select a talent.
Getting used to the mouse sensitivity. My mouse was really slow, I noticed. Like,
This is what it takes.
I gotta do a lot, man. If I'm gonna raise this account up, I gotta do a lot.
You're a bother.
Redeployment in
Shoot. You guys are doing too much, though. Our tank is solo laning for some reason.
escort the king.
Perhaps I'm not the only prodigy here after all.
Double kill.
I guess I am my father's daughter.
got another more.
There's darkness
He
out
got
there.
another more. Where's my healer? Guess I should clean this lane before I leave.
Too easy.
I will aid you.
Time to practice running away.
Select a talent.
There must be a reason for this.
Bring this fort to ruin.
Top is a lot easier. Oh, yeah, bottom is already done. If we all rotate top, we can probably get it. This,
Get out of there. I cast a long shadow. Oh, you need me now? I see how it is.
ah,
The payload. Hero slain.
oof.
Why do you have to be part of the problem?
We can't do this anymore. I guess we'll come take this.
Let us capture this mercenary camp.
If the fighter's here, there's the Sonya. Come on. I need like,
Shall be one.
you see, melees are like the leaders in everything you do in this game. So if my melees are not here, I cannot do anything. I can only tell you guys, let's go this way and do this. But if you guys, like if you are playing on melee and you are not like trying to get in front of us and like trying to make space for us, I can't do anything. I will just passively tell you what we're supposed to do.
Now.
I lost that objective because
Fine.
Hold this point.
guess we are oof. Our tank died.
Go away, don't come back.
Kills.
There's darkness out
Triple kill. Keep
Yeah, that
there. Aren't enemies
That's-
supposed to be scary? Let's get out of here.
what up? It died? Okay. Oh well, we lose a keep, whatever. Not like our tennis was gonna back anyways. I don't know how Orphia died. Honestly, the objective here is pretty strong, so
fire.
what? What is this?
I'll keep going.
Fort destroyed.
Before it's too
Not right here. Be cautious.
Just go away and don't come back.
Fall back. Defend this.
Jesus. Highlights about a wipe. Objectives about to spawn in probably like 30 seconds or something. Ooh! That boss did a huge amount of my hit point as damage.
Too easy.
I need vision. I better get a key by lane. That's gonna take care of that. Got all cheese, play main here. All that cheese. Gonna take that. I think we should keep pressuring
There's
this.
darkness out there.
Gonna rotate. It's important that you safely rotate.
Destroyed. Payload redeployment in progress.
Time to practice running away.
Stand with me.
There's darkness out there.
Escort the payload.
Oh no, 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 no. No. God. No. Oh man. No respawn.
Fall back.
They decided to take a bus. Okay. And they went to take their bus. No, they're not pushing the objective. That's pretty good. We're gonna respawn and we're gonna
Destroy
fight
our
over
enemy's
this.
core.
It's 4v5. Wait. For all. We're not really in a
Our
rush right
paths
now.
shall be one.
I won't give up that easily.
Start.
I'm heading over here. I'll keep going.
Fight. Fight.
Too easy.
everybody's so eager to do other people camps when the objective can obviously win the match.
It is best to retreat for now.
Like, you have an objective that hits the core directly. You don't need a camp to push towards the core. Like, once this guy reach in there, nothing you can do to stop it.
You're a boss.
Sonya got a leap ult. I don't want to get caught in it. Ooh, no, no, no! Come on. Where's our tank, bro? What is he doing? What is Orphia doing? At least Lemmy is alive though. She got decent damage. Oh, big. That's big. That's big. If they get Sonya, oh my god. Alright, core.
Can't do this on my own.
GG's. I got carried.
Destroy our enemy's core.
Payload firing.
I had to mute this Orpheus because he just almost tilted me. Almost.
Operation successful. MVP.
Puli puli. Magi maskini nama puli puli. Puli puli. Kitapa puli tapa puli puli. So sorry, but so sorry. Take it.
Dragon Shredder.
death comes honor. With honor, redemption.
For the Nexus!
Yearn for battle. Yitar, guide my path.
Here we go.
What? Oh. Boy.
The light abandons no man. I bring the mega death.
Dang, everybody got so old so fast, bro. It's like, dang. What? Why is everybody so fucking old so fast?
Heroes, prepare for
Out
combat.
here, she got a family,
Alright,
got kids and
you'll
shit.
do. This
I'm
reminds
like,
me of my
what?
stay in Dragonshire.
Why is like
It ended badly.
everybody all like grown up and shit?
I'll keep going.
It's like, Jesus Christ. Family. She got kids and everything. I was like,
Commencing in 10
bro,
seconds.
I left you when you were like, I don't know. We were like 10
5,
together.
4, 3,
You could barely like
2,
freaking
1. Unleash
I don't
the
know.
dragon's wrath.
climb the stairs. You could barely climb stairs. Before getting tired. I come back, you have a kid and shit. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
There's darkness.
A minor
Oof,
defeat.
I'm dead.
Do not allow it
I
to
have like
deter
3
you.
people on like 20% hit points. It's okay. I really like Orphia and I'm just inting unnecessarily. Just to get hits in and stuff. Let's get focused. This is Dragonshire. We gotta go bot lane.
We should defend here.
Oopsie.
You think yourself
We're
worthy
getting
to wield
ganked and
Dragon
stuff.
Knight's power? Prove it. Take control
Oh,
of
you
it.
should have done that. Shoo. He actually walked away, bro. Nobody blocking nothing. I'm gonna go here
I'm off
and do
to
this.
this incredibly interesting
Why is
area.
Valera top lane soaking forward the Haka? She's actually doing the right stuff
Capture the shrine. Inherit the Dragon Knight's
because
power.
the Haka is
And lay
doing the wrong
waste to this
stuff.
forsaken kingdom.
I'm gonna
Let's get
pull
out.
back for some hit point. We're gonna... Why is our tank in top lane? Tank combat the Haka reversed psychology. We definitely want to lose every single objective like this if we keep this up. Damn, we got a lot of damage
Choose
though.
a talent.
That's a lot of damage. Oh, ETC, bro. What are you?
Show no mercy.
Are you a rock?
Well done.
You can adapt to what's going on, bro. It's like, Jesus Christ. ETC out here walking to us with like 5 hit points.
There must be a reason for this.
It's a little rock, but okay, he just uses space. He's there now.
Thanks for the relief, healer.
Oof.
Come back.
He's dead now. No? No. Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm actually bad with Orphia too, so we are all bad together. My mouse sensitivity is not helping. Ooh, look at that body block from the ETC there.
Much better.
Even rock ETC can body block better than my tank. Where is my tank?
Easy enough.
Look at ETC, bro. ETC actually good. He is good.
Go away. Don't come back.
Well done.
They never know what I'm capable of.
Choose a talent.
Let's get out of here.
Really don't know leave any.
Need a strategy.
Whoa, really?
You
At
impressed
least
me,
one
hero.
person gotta die.
Let's get out of here. Oh, look, it's your face. Trying to practice
Choose a
running
talent.
away.
I'm trying to alt tab so I can have my OBS
This is what
and
it
my
takes.
game in switchable preview. It's time for some camp, or we can get a kill here and then go get that camp. Let's get a kill here, guys. Rockley ETC is definitely dead.
Excellent strike.
Okay,
Double kill.
maybe we can get 3 kills, I guess.
Triple kill.
Okay, I will try to steal this
Nexus
camp
just got
instead.
a little safer.
I'm coming to help.
Killing
I don't
spree.
think I'll get this camp in time.
Make your
I'm
enemies
too
suffer
squishy.
as I have.
Oh, there it is. We get a massive stun here from the Uther. Which ultimate is he taking? I should have actually waited for his ultimate.
Keep going.
Your enemies fall for you.
Oh boy.
Get out of there.
I'm whiffing everything, bro.
Why do you have to be part of the problem?
Like, I'm missing everything. Alright, he's gonna die.
I have seen enough.
No?
For now.
Wait. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
A killing
Oh shit.
blow.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Let's get out
Set
of
up
here.
and execute. Double kill. Looks like you could
Valiant
use a
strike.
rogue.
avoid the Haka. You're doing the Haka stuff. We gotta do our
Can't
stuff
do this
too,
on my own.
like pushing bot lane.
You're a problem. Wanna help me before it's too late?
Whoa. Nice.
Rather entertaining. A clean kill. Choose a talent.
We can keep pushing this. Yeah, I think it's
Mayhem.
dead. If they want to stop us, they have to fight us. We have a level lead,
Prepare yourselves,
which is
heroes.
all the reason
The
why we
shrines
should
will
keep
soon be
pushing
active
this.
again.
This is what it takes.
Get rid of this thing. Don't need to do that. There it is, minion wave. Time to back. Get out of here, ETC. Oh boy. No, no!
Control both shrines. When Dragon Knights have double hit
It was a
yours.
bait all along, boy.
Well struck.
You bait that boy.
Pressure on.
Enemy slain.
Are you picking a fight without me? Not on my watch.
This Hanzo really wants to die, doesn't he? He really wants to die. Look at him go. Oh no, no, it was a bait too. How do we get reverse you beta, bro? That's not fair.
Time to practice running away.
Looks like
I tried to save this realm. Now it burns.
Lumberjack TV, Lumberjack TV.
You're a problem.
I don't know if I've gone to that guy's Twitch channel before. Whoa. That ETC slide, though, it went really far. I wasn't expecting him to get out that easy.
Time to advance in the other
It's
direction.
on fire. Whoa. Did he just go AFK after he ulted?
Talent.
Uh-oh. I think there's an ult coming out. I think there's an ult. ETC probably got an ult. No shit, no shit, no shit. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead.
Yours to keep.
Misery loves company. Defend our ally.
They're gonna keep fighting until somebody dies.
Ugh, my head hurts.
Choose a talent. I'm on my way.
I gotta put a socks on. When I get cold, it's gonna interrupt my
Fine.
gameplay.
You're a problem.
Boom, 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 boom,
Are
boom.
you picking a fight without me? Not on my watch.
Bro, we got a crap load of stun, bro. It's like stun lock.
Are you picking
Or
a
like
fight
a
without
stun
me?
lock
Power
studio or
gathers
something.
within the shrines. Seize them and become the new Dragon Knight.
think I know the reason why I keep missing my abilities
Got a hot back.
because of my cursor
Not
size.
on my watch.
It's a little bit too small. Mouse cursor size. It was here, bro. That's too small.
Take hold of the shrines.
And it's
Earn
actually
the
is
Dragon
gray,
Knight's
so
power.
when I'm fighting and my cursor is like all gray out and stuff, it's really impossible to see anything. I'm gonna try to cap this AFK. I'm gonna get killed, but I don't mind. Boy,
Come back.
it was a big boy. You got you better. This might be a suicide, or I might get a kill here.
Choose a
Might be a suicide. Or I might get a kill. If he passes around, I might.
Reduce
Yeah, okay,
everything to ash.
Alright, guys. Don't set a trap. No! No! He's getting away.
Your foes will rue this day.
The Haga, he's getting away, boy.
Your enemies fall before you.
Nice hit.
Got kicked away. He's gonna get executed though. Bruh. I wasn't even in that circle.
Excellent strike. Our enemy's defenses cannot hold. Double kill.
Today's my day.
It was a bait, boy.
That beast is not my beloved.
Don't get killed
Be right
by.
there.
I don't think we can end this right now.
Run now, and you might see another day.
Well, time to advance in the other direction. Be careful.
There's darkness out there.
Dude, I was silver 2 yesterday. I lost a lot of matches, so if these matches seems too boring because we are winning too fast, it's probably because I'm trying to climb back up.
I come to you.
Oh, that's not good.
You impressed me, hero.
Nice. Now that ETC is out of the way.
It's supposed to be scary.
Hold on, what did I take? Crap, I didn't take the ability that I wanted.
My beloved is gone, but his power remains. Control the shrines
No.
and make use of them. Enemy slain.
Alright, what's this?
Guess I am my father's daughter.
No!
Your killing spree has ended.
I don't like this ability. I mean, this talent I took. I was taking the other
There
one,
must
but
always be a dragon knight. But will it be you?
when I miss my my Q, I cannot get a reset with this one. I do way more damage with my Q than my passive. So you two back, Emerald and jump.
I'm coming.
We are winning at this point, like as long as it's not like level 23 or 20, I think that's the highest, or 24 or whatever. dying is not that much of a problem. Look at that 60, I think that was 62 or something like that.
Looks like you could use me
Second
hammer.
cooldown. Now that's a long ass cooldown. You don't want to die around that time. So this is not the time to die, especially if you're a healer. Rip. 64 seconds. I'm gonna go bot lane and try to cancel the potential. If we get a dragon right now, they can probably like push to a keep. I wanna see what I do here.
Fend them off here.
I can get a camp. Oh, Imperius is already on it.
Why do you have to be part of the ancestors flow through?
No! Fucking Imperius.
A killing blow.
Every good killing spree must
That's
end.
what I'm learning this character for, because in higher elo, like Grimmy gets banned. Who else get banned? Karazim gets banned, so I don't get to play them. I literally spent like 4 years learning how to play those characters.
Let's get out of here.
Incinerate all who oppose this realm's rebirth.
Looks like you could use some help there.
The power is yours no longer. Retreat!
We'll run again.
I can smell the enemy near.
Keep at it. I'll be back in a minute.
What did I miss? How did I come back and people are insulting me?
I'm coming.
Just go away and don't come back.
I just gotta read what this skills is. Each skill consumption increase the spell power up to 30%.
I'm coming.
Is there like something I have to do? Oh, I gotta consume chaos.
Danger's lurking there.
I
The
know.
last 10 seconds. I'm not a fan.
Another chance to prove yourself worthy.
Bot lane is win lane, but if you're gonna fight, oh, GG's, 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 Jesus Christ.
Unleash its power. Your enemy has destroyed a fort. Harness the power of sun and moon. Put an end to this cursed realm.
Be there in a moment.
Watch out!
Please don't fight here. Hold up, what? Okay. We'll take those. Oh, no, no. Oh, no. We're about to lose 2 people. Please, wait for me, bros. Jesus Christ. I'm actually going top to cap that node.
That keep is no more.
Nice, we got a keep, baby.
Hold back. There's always another fight.
Rip. They're gonna keep fighting. I'm gonna come here. I'm gonna cap this, and nobody will know.
There's always another fight.
Or will they?
Show no mercy.
Oh, this is it, guys. Been a nice time serving. There is no way this guy get away from me. No. He does, because I cannot reset my Q. Oh boy, you see. He said, get out of here. Yo, that was funny. Oh, no. Look at Hanzo damage. Whoa. I bet all of that damage was from me, bro. Was on me, bro. And the Muradin. I'll just put a smiley face on whatever thing I get.
Hey guys, Small Kiwi here for Pay to Lose Gaming with the top 5 mistakes that new players make in Heroes of the Storm. Let's get right to it. The number 5 spot goes to standing still. New players tend to take fewer actions per minute than experienced players, and this leads to a lot of standing around. A stationary hero is a sitting duck. Think about it. When you want to land a skill shot on your opponent, is it easier to hit a moving target or a stationary one? It's simple really, but it requires getting into the habit of clicking a great deal at all times. When you're auto-attacking minions in lane, try to attack, then move, attack again, and keep moving. With some practice, this will become second nature and will come in handy when chasing down heroes or dodging enemy skill shots. The number 4 most rage-inducing mistakes new players make is not understanding map objectives. Every map in Heroes of the Storm has a distinct layout and unique objectives. New players should familiarize themselves with these objectives before diving in and try to understand how best to capitalize on them. Dragonshire, for example, features 2 altars which, when held simultaneously, activate a central statue that can transform an ally into a powerful Dragon Knight. But that's not all. Good players know that the Dragon Knight should be used to siege buildings with his team's support, while his abilities can be used to create space and give his team a numbers advantage. You can learn more about the various map objectives by subscribing to the channel and checking out our upcoming Battleground Spotlight videos for top tips on each map. The third most terrible mistake new players make in Heroes of the Storm is not paying attention to the minimap. The minimap provides a wealth of information to anyone aware enough to notice. Just by making a habit of checking the minimap every few seconds, new players can leap ahead in terms of game awareness, allowing them to make better, more informed decisions. Keep an eye out especially for the locations of allies and enemies, and on the status of merc camps. Better game decisions are a matter of knowing what's happening in the game, and knowing is half the battle. The number 2 most despicable mistake that new players make is not soaking XP. Heroes of the Storm is the first game of its kind to feature team levels and no gold or items, which means the XP is the only differentiating factor. New players could be forgiven then for not fully appreciating the value of having players in each lane soaking up this valuable currency, but that doesn't mean we should let it slide. Experienced players will seek out empty lanes, and while it isn't the most glamorous job, they will dutifully sponge all the XP that the minions have to offer. This point is especially important in the early game, when fighting over objectives can often be decided by which team jumps into the fight with a level advantage. Even more important is which team can reach the all-important 10th level first and gain a massive advantage over their opponents in the form of heroic abilities. While it may be tempting and occasionally beneficial to sacrifice some XP for a gank opportunity, the best players know that sometimes, especially early game when respawn timers are short, it's wise to simply man the lanes and suck up XP like a milkshake. And the final, most heinous mistake that new players make, the number 1 spot, is not doing things. New players tend to spend less time accomplishing useful tasks that move their team toward victory. Once you've grown accustomed to evaluating the game thanks to the minimap, you can start to make smarter choices about which objectives you and your team should tackle. This could mean looking for mercenary camps that can be captured safely, or enemy heroes out of position and ripe for a gank. Whatever needs doing, do it. Communicate with your teammates and tackle objectives together, and the enemy team will be fighting fires rather than setting them. Experienced players find the impact tasks and get them done, dictating the course of the game one choice at a time. I hope you enjoyed our top 5 beginner mistakes, and if so, please hit the like button and subscribe to us here at Pay to Lose Gaming. Leave us a comment with any despicable mistakes we may have missed, or simply to let us know how awesome we are. Once again, my name has been Small Kiwi, and on behalf of Pay to Lose Gaming, I thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time.
PvP music. I wanna watch more Ashes of Creation video. Ashes of Creations. I'm a huge fan of MMOs, bro. It's loading. New live stream today. What is this?
I almost want to play these videos more to maintain expectations. Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it. Well, the first one that we're watching here today that I kind of wanted to do, this one is from Force Gaming. I like this guy. He's very professional. Does a lot of different games too. So, whoa there, friend. Yeah, we're keeping track of this, but for some reason it keeps unmuting the thing. But we're gonna be watching this video real quick, just to remind everybody based on the alpha. This is what his video is about. Let's
I should use slow against these guys.
Let's just get this out of the way. You may have heard, but I need to make abundantly clear.
Burst damage is always good.
an actual alpha, yes. Keep that in mind.
If
Obviously,
you
I'm
guys,
showing you this.
if you guys,
Nowhere near complete, like not even close. Like it's kind of shit as a game right now, but we know you're excited.
That's true.
Maybe you want to spend some money to test it, so we took some assets and a few mechanics, plopped everything down on this island. Here you go, screw around, test our systems. That'll be $500. I feel like talking about.
See, I didn't get into the alpha because of
right
that.
now because there's so much genuine excitement.
Like, genuinely, it's like way too expensive for me, so I had to wait until we got to Alpha 2 so that I could just like get into the smaller ones, which we're gonna talk about that too, because I haven't really been happy with a lot of the recent cosmetics that they've been releasing, that they've been marketing so hard for. I really haven't been happy with them recently, so I actually have not gotten into them yet. I'm waiting for the right moment. Waiting for the right moment to strike. And the thing is, like, the best one, in my opinion, is I'm looking for a mountain pet that I can actually get into. But that way I can actually... Either way, one of these days, it's going to happen. I'll be in Alpha 2, you guys just know that. But let's continue.
Around it. And I share that enthusiasm. Like, I am really looking forward to Ashes of Creation. But I want to present this video in a way that both acknowledges it's alpha, so we shouldn't expect it to be more polished, but also because I want you to pay
what's going on
shit.
right now, Valerie, with this match?
Of what you'll be getting. And I will say that I had a decent time playing
It sucks that you have to pay $500 for it, but yeah.
I cannot do camp for shit. My character is so bad at doing camp. You make camp going, it looks like a nice like taking up into space.
And that's basically been what I've been saying for a while, is I really think they're going to, like, they've been putting out a whole bunch of stuff, and they're going to be, supposedly they're going to be releasing the combat for new weapons like dual wielding and all that sort of thing, which I'm really excited about. But they still have so much work that needs to be done.
He got
They
zero
haven't done
mana, he's
it
gonna
yet, and they have to have
hopefully
pretty much
if I can
everything
lend my abilities.
ready by that time.
I was gonna say he's
So-
gonna die,
They've got a lot to do, especially based on what was in the Alpha one.
but I don't.
So I agree with him
my
100%.
ability.
This is a like, it's gonna be a little while. This is the point. I'm trying to manage expectations for everybody here. Just a random idea for today's stream.
Of disclaimer right when you jump into the game, which said things like, this is not a content test. We know there's not much content. This alpha is to test our technical systems and architecture while demonstrating mechanics and design systems, but is unpolished and not fleshed out. They also go on to say that the alpha is not intended to provide a game experience, or they say it's intended to be representative of the quality, polish, and content that Ashes will have at launch. So, fair enough. For all of those reasons, this video is not going to be a review of the alpha, because I agree. I don't think it's right necessarily.
Live Jenica, sis, thank you so much for the follow.
Because pretty much
Welcome to the
everything
stream.
is underbaked here, and they're saying as much themselves. They acknowledge this thing's not finished, it's not complete, it's not really a
Oh,
game.
no.
It is more of a
Oh,
test.
actually, we
I
did
could
get that
tell you
kill.
how the environments were
Oh,
already
it's my
planned.
ally
We
there.
walked through patches and literally had the exact same tree model. copied and
Jibble,
pasted
thank you so
over
much
and
for the
over again,
follow.
or caves with two variations
welcome
of
to the
crystals
stream.
that they just resized and placed throughout. I could also bring up the fact
Are
that
you
most
serious,
of the camps and
Anuba,
towns
right?
clearly just slapped together.
Are you,
they
like,
just took
serious
every
right
asset
now?
they had and tossed it into one spot, and how that exact camp layout was used in multiple.
Real talk though, they have said that it was kind of, at least for the very first stages, they said that they were going to be pretty similar to each other. Up until you get to like the second and third stages, when you actually start to notice, oh, NPCs happen to be dwarves or something like that. And then obviously they only had like 3 races maybe, so like this could just very easily be one of the human like starter areas, because they have, I think they've released the some videos about them like actually creating some of the new structures and everything, like actually putting them in the game. It's actually pretty cool. I might see if I can find it in a second.
Or is this the ETC from the past match?
Half the enemy NPCs would just stand around
Guys, do you guys
vacantly
remember
into
the name?
distance, having some
Is
access
this the
to
ETC
prices
from the
and
past
about them
match?
piling up bills or something until I would bring
Nah,
them
asking
back to
because he was
consciousness
bad.
with a fireball
Just
to the
asking
face. Even though I
'cause
just mentioned those things, I don't want to focus on
I
it.
want to
That's not
know
the
if
point
this
of
is
video.
really like
Given that the game is
a
so clearly and
legitimate
admittedly
wing
far from
swipe.
like
It's-
viewing it just doesn't make sense to anything.
yeah.
Right?
Wing
It
trade.
just doesn't make sense right now because everything that I just mentioned and anything
I
else
can,
that's incomplete about this
see
game
what
that
I
I
can
could
do.
reasonably point out. We fully expect to
Because if
improve
that's
time.
true, then
So with
winning
that
this
said,
match is
what I
an
want to do
offset.
here is walk you through what I saw to give you a good sense of what the experience is right now. I
Alright,
put
meat and
several
potato
hours in
stuff that
myself
we're trying to
on
do.
Probably gonna get
each
more
one of the
SP
classes,
from
and I
this.
did a bit of everything that I could think of. That is questing, gathering.
I mean, obviously it's not going to be fun in alpha. This is an
I
alpha
want to show
video,
you what that
because we don't
looked
have
like
any
on
views yet.
one of
Oof,
the
that's
areas
too
that I
much
played.
hip.
So let's go ahead and dive in to take a closer look at the ashes of creation. Alpha. It's really, really an alpha. As with every MMO, the first step is making a character. 4 races to choose from, but beyond the lore and visual differences, I didn't see any indication of there being unique traits, passives, abilities, or anything right now. So I just went with human, then had to pick one.
One thing I would really love to do, and I just thought about this, like as this was going on, almost taking little pieces from the alpha that we have footage of, and actually like throwing a video like comparing side by side what it used to be to what it like what we know it is now that they released in the live streams and everything. Because like even this was so basic, and I know
she's
it was
so
because they were
dead.
just trying to make sure
Nice.
they had everything ready so we could actually test the game.
Oh man.
They did not care about this at all. I can guarantee you they did not care about this until very recently.
We
Which
gotta
is
be
strange
trying to
because
get
the fact
kicked.
is, the characters are the driving factor of the game, so that should have been something that they were
Alright,
focusing
it's time
on
to beg.
very early.
I don't have anything here.
So the fact that they only had 3 classes and only like 4 races, I think they just had like basic forms of the race is like.
Like
just
I noticed,
getting
like
your-
in lower elo,
They
people
didn't have
just
very
kill
much ready
because they want to
for
kill.
this, and I honestly feel like the Tells should have.
But honestly, you
But-
should be killing with a priority. You should have a goal.
Tank. I did decide to go mage as I figured that would be the highest damage and
It was
best
probably
solo
smart to go
play,
ahead and
which is
like
how I normally do
focus on
MMOs.
the
I
big
tend to
three,
like to
the
experience
dealer, the
those
DPS,
leveling
and
and exploring myself, and then I'll group up when necessary for custom
See that?
like that. So finally, I picked from the small handful of
We
visual
had a
customization
goal to
options,
kill
named my
yeah,
new
noob
mage
there
Mr.
because she
Doom,
stepped
then
up
I
too
was
far.
ready to play those skets.
Got
So
her.
the experience began with me spawning in on this platform. It kind of looked like a portal or something. There were these
Terra
massive
match.
rooms on the ground.
I wonder how much research this guy had done
And then I got
for the
that,
game
hey,
before
this is
he
an
actually
alpha,
came
you
into
dummy
it.
pop-up
'Cause he
that I
said, like,
mentioned
it was almost
earlier.
like-
I gotta find a better video, maybe a music or something. Music, PvP. Nah, I've listened to all of these music. Jesus. I'm probably gonna die. Oh,
This is what it takes.
look, I was walking right into a tower.
Don't come back.
Turn away, guys. This is gonna be the most awful campfire you ever seen in your life.
Fucked and drank all night. Acted all alright. Had no need to fight. Tonight. Fucked and drank all night. Acted all alright. Had no need to fight. Tonight.
Oh, that was me. If we all back, we'll get up your people.
Cast me far.
I really need my mana.
Ladies little name, acting all okay. Today. Cast me far.
Since we're going against KP,
Ladies little
I'm
name,
gonna take this.
acting all okay. Today.
No! I even missed. Why did he imprison me, bro? I didn't even land that hit. I don't need to get punished for something I didn't do. I see. Alright, I guess I'm not gonna play any song.
The Raven Lord will not keep me from this realm.
Your failure will soon be complete.
Music is probably too loud.
Usurper.
This isn't over. Easy enough. your face.
Heroes, I have opened a tunnel
Whoa.
near our core that leads
I'm a
to the
dead man.
battleground center.
Nice.
Use it well.
Let's get out
Well
of here.
done.
No.
As well. Well done. Another tower obeys me. Another altar, another battle. The altars belong to those who claim them. That means you. Let the assault begin! Yes, heroes, activate the towers! This realm is
Yeah,
mine.
Skellington here is Walk 3. Each one of these is Walk 5.
Raven Lord will fall before
4, 5, 7. Oh no, that's not 7,
I'm
8.
annoyed now.
Yeah, if we get oh, he just body blocked his own allies. Oh my
Send his
god.
servants to their grave.
I'm so bad. I couldn't even land that kill.
Double kill. Choose a talent.
Go away and don't come back.
Let's hurry up and get this to gold, guys. I said I was gonna.
And of course, just like you
Almost
Luz in games, I read it thoroughly, start to finish. Now, as I started walking around, I will say my very, very first impression was that the game had a decent look to it. Now, yes, it's certainly unpolished and unfinished, like pretty much everything else we're going to see here. But for the early stages, I think it's got a nice aesthetic and vibe. I genuinely like the way this looks. It actually reminds me of like a less wet-looking version of the graphics in Elder Scrolls Online. You know how ESO is kind of wet and shiny, everything's got shade to it.
I
It looks
so
like
agree
a
with
wet
the
version of
with
I'm
that.
not sure if it's just me,
It's so
but
funny.
I definitely see a resemblance. And
I honestly
like
was
it. I
thinking
also
this like
appreciate
looked
that
a
they're not
lot like
afraid to
Elder
have
Scrolls
their
Online. I never
colors
actually
with
said
this
it.
vibrant aqua blue with the portal, or these bright orange and reds from the fire. I also love the scale of everything. Massive tower walls and these archways, for example. I do really like it when MMOs make you feel small by surrounding you with large structures or landmarks. I think it adds a sense of awe to the world. Now, as I made my way to the very first quest, which was to visit Sergeant Landry in the nearby camp, I also then took notice that the game's music was pretty darn good.
The ambiance is actually very good. Like they showed a little bit of extra in the last live stream during the weather update, and I think that got a lot of praise, mainly in the chat because I felt like I was there. it felt really nice and immersive to have all the weather and everything in there, and that was amazing. So just having like, literally having a little bit of ambiance is fantastic. So I had something else to say. Hold on.
Adventurer orchestral sounds to it, kind of similar to what I liked about the music in, like, say, Skyrim or ESO. I think this is one of those elements of any RPG, really, that can sometimes go underappreciated, but when it's done right, makes a huge difference in terms of world immersion. So back to the camp. This unsurprisingly turned out to be the starting questing hub. There were a bunch of NPCs who had various tasks for me to complete. They wanted me to go kill these animated armors, purchase some harvesting tools, head to specific locations.
So one thing I also want to talk about while we're here, since he's still in this area, that's like one thing I want to go ahead and talk about. They were posting something on Instagram recently. I wonder if I can like find it. I don't know if I can pull it up on Instagram, but they were talking about, or just, I saw it on Instagram. It was probably on Twitter and everything else. Sorry, tangent, a bunch of extra words. But they were talking about the starter areas. What kind of things do you want to see in the starter areas and everything? And one thing that I felt like a lot of people were actually saying was that they wanted to have a reason to actually go back to the starting areas and not feel like it was just a place to be and then leave and drop and never come back to again. So having things like taverns and stuff I thought would have been a great idea. So that just in case you have like a cave that I think they go into at some point, that's like actually, I think it was to the northeast or something along those lines, of the starting area, that you might want to go into this dungeon. So hey, there's a tavern over here that you can go and get some buffs before you actually go meet up with some new people and like actually feel like a populated area, so that people didn't have to search for other people to come into the game, which I thought was, it was one of those things that you talk about like at the very, they talked about at the very beginning of development when they were saying that one of the reasons that they wanted nodes to exist was for that reason, was so that you come out of the starter area and there's a massive metropolis sitting there, because naturally people are going to gravitate towards the very starter areas. That's where most of the experience at the beginning of the game is going to go. So you're going to have these big metropolises, and that's going to be your place to be for like a couple weeks. But the issue is that once the game starts to die down a little bit and a lot of the hype starts to go, and the people who are just there just to be there when it launched will probably have passed on, so it's naturally going to have that little settled out area. So you would almost want to have, and by that time you would not have that metropolis hypothetically anymore, because this is probably like 2 or 3 months after the release of the game, when the game starts to die down and get into its little its rhythm and everything, and now you don't have the metropolis at the very front of the gate anymore. There may not even be a little town. You might have to walk for about 30 minutes before you even see anything. So my thought of having stuff that's actually there that keeps people engaged in the starter areas can be a very big benefit to them. And
I'm here to help.
see, this is one thing about like my stream that I like to do, is I like to sit here and like throw out ideas that I have. I don't care if they take these ideas. I'm not gonna be upset if they don't, but I love to have that conversation with you guys. I love to sit here and like say, I think it would be amazing if they did this, or if they did this, like just, or theory crafting about what they might do. That's my kind of thing. I enjoy that a lot. So you'll find me doing stuff like that a lot. A lot of my ideas are not stuff that they've actually said. I will tell you if Steven has said it. I just want everybody to be aware of what's going on here and why that is. Let's continue.
Here, pretty much what you expect from MMO questing.
Oh no, ads! No, Google, why would you do this?
The main notice in this process, though, is there are no quest markers over the NPC.
It's a quick match player, bro.
Or question marks making it obvious that
I will say, this was one thing that did bother me a little bit, and I like what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it a little bit more immersive. What are you saying about how they usually you have like a quest marker, or you have something that's telling you like this person has a quest, or this is where you're supposed to return the quest. Sorry for making that hand motion. But like the way they were trying to do it was they were.
I made this decision, what was 3 weeks ago? I stepped into is a portion of the combat systems. Obviously, a lot goes into making combat, right? From a visual effects perspective, from a mechanics and functionality on the engineering side, the design elements and how it synergizes with our class kits and ability systems, the balance of these things, the audio component, the UI. There's a lot that goes into making combat for an MMORPG, and the combat you're going to see today is very focused on one component, actually two components, I'm sorry. The first of which is our basic melee weapon attacks.
Okay.
In addition to our floating text UI.
Oh, nice.
So keeping that in mind,
So
that is
critical
the
hits,
context of today's
that kind of
presentation.
stuff, nice.
Previously, I had decided that I wanted to wait to showcase combat until, excuse me, until we had pretty much everything done and ready to show. And as time grew, I decided what I wanted to do instead was showcase little portions of each component of the combat system, starting with the basic melee weapon attacks, and then we'll move into, in a later live stream, the ability systems and the class kits. And of course, we're not going to show every class kit and everything.
I think it's smart that they're giving us little by little.
We want some of that to be a surprise, right? But we do want to showcase the work that's been done and the direction that's been taken so that we get player feedback. And personally, playing this, I think it feels amazing. I think it looks great. I'm super impressed continually by our team's talents, as I know a lot in the community are after having seen the character creator and the weather systems and season systems. There's a very high quality bar that we're setting ourselves up for with Ashes of Creation, and I think it is what the community wants. But it's great to have these touch points where we get your feedback. So focus today is going to be on basic melee weapon attacks. It's going to be on root motion versus split body, the types of agency that's provided to the player while also respecting the weightedness we want from certain weapon groups, and also talking about the UI element and showcasing floating text and the types of customization options that players are going to have.
Is that driving anyone else nuts?
That's the context of today's presentation. And when you give the commentary, let's focus on what you like and what you think there could be improvements on from that perspective. So, without further ado, we are in probably an area that you guys are familiar with.
This looks beautiful, man.
This is the Riverlands biome yet again. You saw this in the last
weather
month's live stream.
Yeah.
But we are in an area that is known to harbor
I love that cloak.
things.
My goodness, bro.
So I'm just going to start kind of walking down in this area. And Adam, Keenan, Trad, if you guys want to talk a little bit about how this process began all those months ago on defining good combat for Ashes of Creation.
The environment looks so good. It really does.
I would say, it starts with, all of the hundreds of thousands of hours, cumulative hours of MMO we have under our belt, right?
We have a lot of hours of MMO gameplay under our belts, collectively.
We just gotta push a couple buttons and we're immediately like, oh, it feels good or it doesn't feel good.
It's funny, Keenan, actually, you say that. One of the you guys all know this because every one of you went through an interview with me, but one of the qualifying aspects of joining the team is what type of MMOs do you like to play?
Bro, it's an MMO game made by MMO players. So good. So
and
good.
then from there, we sort of do our research. We have to take a look at the state of the art. And then we
I didn't expect that to happen. Here we go.
Study it. We form hypotheses about what exactly it is.
Okay, you can block.
Feel good.
Nice.
Feel good.
Combat text on screen.
We make those things in as controlled a manner as we can, and then we turn the knobs.
The red is him losing health.
Feels good, but doesn't feel good.
Okay, big orange letters for critical strikes.
And then we put them to the test.
Nice. That looks good, bro.
Yeah, it's a very iterative process, right? Like, none of these things are like you form your theory on paper and then you go.
That looks really good.
Comes out to be exactly what you see now, right? Like, it comes out the first time, not super great.
Oh, that was nice, bro.
What we have to be able to do as engineers and designers is identify.
Okay, some nice AoE, spin a win. Let's go. Not overly flashy, but not overly simple.
As long as you keep making it better each time, eventually you're going to end up with something good.
For the relief healer.
Yeah, and
This is
for
looking real
this
good, dude.
exercise and finding what makes Ashes great specifically, we wanted to approach it from the ground up, answering individual questions about our hypotheses and what we think is good, right? So we really
love the use of blocks
on individual aspects that we think makes good combat and answered them one at a time in a very tight iterative process. And we ended up at something that we think feels really, really good.
It looks really good.
Just playing this, I am loving the hit reacts, the visual effects, all the ancillary components that go into making the combat, but more importantly, the pacing of this kind of heavier weapon group. Also, as a side note, outside of the combat, one of the things I've not necessarily liked about MMOs traditionally in the past is that, excuse me, every portion of land is covered by some type of monster, right? And it kind of gives you this weird feel. But here, like, this is a very dangerous area that we're in, the environment. And part of it gets communicated by the aspect of these rocks and like the specific types of materials that's represented here, but you don't know exactly where the threat lies per se, right?
Yeah, it's kind of a mystery.
Kind of move up into an area, and if you move too far, you get the audio cue of the monsters like arising.
Oh my
gets into
goodness!
the combat stance. They have some really.
So you really have to be on alert.
Of animation. The animation team did an amazing job with the rolls here.
Like at any moment.
Like death effect, just like swinging away and then flying.
That's crazy.
Off. That is so great.
Yeah, I really like the camp feel of this area where you don't just see these guys scattered around all over the world. No matter where you go, there's like something that's gonna aggro you. It's more like I'm gonna grind here for a bit.
And I love how they just appear up like that. You know what I mean? It's so
you were
good.
Talking about how you like how heavy the sword feels, and that weight impact, that is one of the combat pillars that we have been studying and honing in.
And you're right, there's like,
our development
it
process.
feels like there's weight behind the attacks, you know?
The other side of it being also like agency, to what extent does this weapon respect your intentions? And that's the part that's important to me. I'm a classic player. I come from traditional MMOs, right? Like I want to be able to move and attack at the same time.
Right, yes, and that was a huge point of feedback actually that we received during Alpha 1, was that we started with this more root motion approach to the basic weapon attacks, and ultimately we called an audible mid-test. I remember it was in that end of July or beginning of August month where we decided to implement a completely split body approach and get player feedback. And of course the feedback was very positive, resoundingly positive, right? That players prefer that agency over that weightedness, but they also, there's a little bit of a conflict there because they also didn't like the floaty feeling which comes along with not having the weighted approach. So how did that play into your guys's defining this?
Dude, the rolling is dope.
On the weapon attacks, how did you blend those two?
Yeah, so we kind of approached it from looking at player agency primarily, as Keenan had said, and the games that really handled player agency the best are those like classic MMOs, right? Players really like how smooth the classic MMO feel, how much player agency they get
sick,
out
dude.
of it. And then we took that and we tried building this sort of impact and weight on top of it, really making attacks feel satisfying, making it feel like
They look satisfying.
the inertia of the weapon and your movements are accurate, physically accurate. And we accomplished that through a number of ways. Really, again, talking about the process, we tried identifying each individual aspect of what we got out of these, more modern action games, and tried incorporating that into our classic MMO base. I think it all comes down to looking at it not as a binary of, are we doing split body or are we doing root motion combat? It's looking at everything as modular pieces and then dialing in those numbers to make something that feels high in player agency, feels very impactful, like it has a lot of inertia, it feels very physical.
And like when he's attacking,
test for
it doesn't look like he's just
agency
going
in combat
through.
Is take any moment in combat.
You can feel it hitting.
Pause time. Look down at your hands. Look at the keyboard. The buttons that you're pressing should be the directions that your character is moving. So with these weapons, even though there are little
now he's got daggers,
little bits of root motion here or there, they're always respecting your WASD input, and I think that's what makes them do.
I think another thing that you guys did that helps with that is the timing of when that gets registered, right? Like, it's not, you know, at one point, one iteration we had it where it detected what your input was at the beginning of the attack. And that just felt like if I decided to change my mind and go left instead of right,
dual-wielding daggers.
Attack, it's too bad. It already kind of queued that. And so I think now what you guys are doing is having it happen.
I love the way it holds it.
Right?
Yep, it's constantly looking at your input and adjusting.
Now I've equipped these daggers, this dual wielding, these dual daggers. Talk to me a little bit about the differences between the heavier weapon group and the light weapon group.
Yeah, so initially in our investigation, we wanted to start with the light weapons to figure out how to really blend the weight of an attack and introduce, or start with player agency and then introduce that weight of the attack into it. We figured the least risky weapon to start with would be the lightest weapon possible. You know, little daggers that move very fast, very high player agency, and not necessarily focused on big weight, much like a heavy sword. So we started with that and tried introducing little bits and pieces here and there, like small bits of root motion to get that nice like dashy feel in when you're attacking.
Dude, that is sweet.
Play into that inertia. I know Keenan might want to talk more about the animation timing sheets we introduced for figuring out these timings that feel good.
Yeah, that's part of our process for communicating cross departments, using frame timing diagrams and being specific about how we not only want to animate, but also how we want to move during different frames of the animation. And we found that to be very successful. But one of the things that makes the daggers different than the sword is that the daggers never really slow you down. They're both respecting your directions, but the swords will actually slow you down at certain times. Like,
dude, I love
strike, your split body,
that slash ability.
Sort of blending down towards 0, and then you strike, and then it blends back up toward to 1. Daggers are not doing any blending like that. You're just split body, and then you're striking, and then you're back into split body. It's like a seamless process.
Yeah, I'm just playing with the directionals here. I mean, on the animation team, they did a phenomenal job. I'm loving the kind of foot placement and movement, the strafing feeling on the body there. I know Alexi did a lot of work on the IK as well that we can
and
see.
Just remember, guys, everything you're seeing is incredibly early on. It's very unfinished, and this is only showcasing basic attacks. So like left click. That's what you're seeing is left click.
It was super important that the animators, you know, get all of that right, and they absolutely knocked it out of the park. I mean, one of the biggest things I think to making good feeling attacks is getting all of the departments involved in what feels good and on the same page, right? Getting everyone iterating. So, you know, like in the process, we started with chopping up animations to build an ability that we thought felt good. And then we wanted to pass that off to animation to finalize those animations by chopping up our abilities and making animations that feel good. And then we can all loop everyone back together and finalize that ability. You know, VFX has the same process too.
Dude,
so
combat UI text is clean.
It's a bunch of different departments iterating on a very micro scale to build something that is just awesome.
I think it's just a
so
clean.
clean.
The animation team definitely had to take a deep breath when we went to them like, hey, you know those 3-part weapon combos that we like so much? We want different ones for each direction that you can move in. Oh, and also you need to be able to weave between the directionals at any time.
And one thing to know, guys, just about the artwork and the graphics is you're watching a pre-recorded video that's being compressed from their live stream, showing it on my live stream. It's being compressed again. So the game looks way better than what you're actually seeing.
These damage floating text, right? And I want to showcase a little bit. I'm going to let them hit on me for a little bit just so you can kind of see directionally damage
Nice.
you take, which is
Good use of blood there. It's not too much, but I like a little bit of blood.
Your left-hand side.
I like a little bit of.
When you do damage to a target, they float
Okay.
to your
Who
right-hand
doesn't like
side.
a little bit of blood?
Now,
Interesting.
one of the very important aspects of these floating texts is providing the player with customization options
Gotta
that they
attack
can adjust the size of the floating text, they can adjust the color composition on how these texts are represented. They can also include damage icons to indicate the ability that's used for those floating texts.
Wow.
And importantly,
Dang.
excuse me, we also call out the crits that you do in a separate way, how they pop in. They're slightly above those, the other numbers. And then more so, we also have additional functionality for cumulative damage values. So I'm going to kind of go through that. You'll see here as I press, different option, now we've changed the colors.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they can keep doing that. I'm just gonna clean up.
Is that color going off differently, or am I
This
just,
one they
do
can
I
do
not have
anything
my...
pretty much. I'm gonna all fix it. My wave play is so
Is it?
garbage.
Okay, let me try this.
It puts
I wonder if they'll give you like any colors you want.
does it put the sheet?
Oh,
I
let me
don't
find
even
a
know
better
who
monster.
can
I
contest
hope
how
that's
bad
what
my
it's not.
wave
We
player
can
is.
show that a little later.
Say Alarak.
Let me
Maybe
press
Alarak got
this
better
button.
wave
Oh,
player.
here we go.
Oh,
Okay,
blue,
so you see
wow.
the color is changing now, and that's something that the player has agency over, right? You can assign different types of colors that you want.
That is sweet.
That was changing. I think the one I was pressing actually was changing the size. So let me try to change that size again. There you go. You can see that size now is larger. You can showcase
Yeah, we could
XP
do
if you
one more
want. You
team
can
fight, we
bold
can
it,
turn it and just
the numbers a little bit
switch
as
with
well.
a boss or
But
something.
providing kind of maximum
Gotta get, like,
flexibility
all
and
the
character
camps.
customization,
Yeah, camps.
player customization options for these floating text, I think is super important. But I love the way that
Wow.
that kind of classic, very almost, what were we saying, Keenan? Very vanilla vibe.
Oh yeah, sometimes the best flavor is just vanilla.
Classic, baby.
Totally agree. Yeah, but the UI team's done a great job on the functionality for that. I think it's feeling pretty good. Yeah, that's very cool. So, where are we now when it comes to kind of the spectrum of light to heavy attack options on these basic weapon attacks? What's kind of next for this as we showcase it to the players?
Well, I think we've sort of defined our spectrum with the light and the heavy when it comes to agency versus weight versus impact. When you look at the heavy, I think we're close to saying that this is sort of the most we want to compromise agency for weight and impact. And once we have that upper bound, we can sort of play with all of the different intermediate points, right, as we start to build out other weapons. But we have
Trosky Banks.
interesting explorations as well, and
See,
how
I
all
get
of
that
those
reset.
breaks into ranged and
I guess we
also ultimates. We might
But
take the
still,
limiters
though,
off for ultimates and just see
in
what the
real
coolest things we can make
scenarios
are.
where I have to get
Bro,
that
this looks
gonna
so
be very
good.
interesting. Another component, by the way, of
Wait, it's
defining
really crucial.
kind of this weapon
That's when
attacks is
it's,
also the visual effects side.
level 20 talent comes
And
into
weapon
play.
trailings, the intensity of those weapon trailings, how they scale based on the type of weapon, the level of weapon that you have, but not just the trailing on the weapon per se, but also the ground decals. Like for this heavy weapon, that first strike, you see that decal in the ground.
Just
I
hit the
love that
structure,
look.
That's
Even on the
crazy.
backswing, like when I hit the ground
she
behind
comes.
me, it's causing that decal.
Yeah, and a lot of that stuff gets down into the really low-level systems details. Like, we want to pass the artists as much information as we can about actual combat ongoings so that they can inform the effects as precisely as they can, or as precisely as they need to, rather.
Yeah, and we really wanted to build on a technical side. We really
The
wanted to
floating
build
cloak is so
the
good.
combat system to, like I said earlier, be as physical as possible. So we have it very animation driven. Everything is handled based on a reference of animation as opposed to like nebulous timings, right? Which allows it to feel very impactful and very responsive. So when you hit the ground decal actually appears on the ground when it should. You know, that's something that may not be seen in other MMOs. So we really wanted to make a big focus on that and focus on the responsiveness.
Yep. One thing I failed to mention, by the way, apologize for that, is actually you guys are seeing the Pyre male for the first time in the game. I know we've showed him on the stream before as these character races get further fleshed out.
Character models look fantastic.
In full flesh and blood, so to speak, virtual flesh and blood, I guess, in the game. That's pretty cool to see. I can't wait for players to kind of get a look at the customization options for character creator for this race.
I don't expect him
also,
to do it though, but
another
if he
thing
does,
that's
then his,
you know,
gameplay
really
will
important, I
improve
think, is
100% in this match.
the audio component.
Apart from that
And
one
Kat
time
has
he
done
actually
a
threw somebody.
phenomenal job in both the sound design for creatures as well as for the weapon. And actually, you guys haven't seen anything yet because we have a lot in store on that front that I think is going to be pretty cool. And it's all part of the presentation, right? It's all part of what makes combat feel good. Is also the auditory component in that. Talk to me a little bit about the capabilities that the audio team has.
Audio's huge
when it comes to accessing combat and the abilities.
Yeah, similar to VFX, we plan on piping in a lot of information. You know, that's something we've been working a lot on recently, is tooling for VFX and sound effects, right? It's a super important part, as you said, of the package in order to sell that weight and that immersion in the game. And there's going to be a lot coming online, so I'm you know, really excited to see what we have in store for that. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll ever show it on stream, but we're building a sort of singular tool that all of the teams can use to build abilities and tweak them.
Oh wow!
Sound effects, visual effects, animation, design, engineering, all using the same tool, grounded in animation, you know, to build these abilities.
Bro, it looks so good.
Yeah, absolutely. Another component, Adam, which you guys worked on is camera controls and adding. Talk to me a little bit about the kind of visuals that are provided.
I don't believe there's any tap targeting in this because it's aim based.
Yeah, so I mean, the word of the day has been impact and weight, right? And a lot of that is sold through what the player sees. You know, we didn't want anything to be nauseating or over the top, and you know, certainly people can adjust it in option settings, but we wanted something that would sell a lot of the weight. Without, you know, being too over the top and too sort of cartoonish, right? And so we implemented a few different camera effects, you know, things like camera shake, radial blur, and a few other things involved. And
that spin away
really
is so good, bro.
Maximize, you know, our bang for the buck with those to sell the weight of these attacks, and it really adds a lot. Especially, I've noticed a lot of how your peripheral interprets the weight of the attack. Really sells it for me as a player, so that's something we've been focusing on, and it's made huge improvements to the feeling of these attacks.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely
legit, bro.
I love it. So, looking forward, as we continue to flesh out both the medium melee weapons, and we'll be showcasing our ranged weapons in combat in a future stream. We're also going to be talking a little bit about and showcasing, which you guys got a little sneak peek on a few abilities, some class kits, and the ability systems as a whole, and what we're able to accomplish for Alpha 2. Of course, you know, we promised at the beginning of this year that you guys would be getting some pretty exciting showcases of all the work that's being done on the project towards Alpha 2. You got that with the character creator, you got that with the seasons and weather systems. Now you're starting to get a little bit of touch on the combat side. And I know that there's a lot of stuff that design has been prepping around, you know, the work that's been done on these class kits and the different archetypes that are going to be playable across Alpha 2.
When is Alpha 2?
Store, and there's a lot of functionality that the engineering team has provided our designers when it comes to both the functionality of certain types of abilities as well as the synergies possible between them. You want to talk a little bit, Adam, Keenan, and Trad, about what's possible given our ability toolkit?
definitely.
man.
Tell me, homies.
I mean, so this whole, prototype process has been kind of, 2 steps. One of those steps was what, Adam and Keenan were talking about a bit there with, their hypotheses on, what makes good feeling combat, and they've done a great job on that. But the other side of that was also just, coming up with these almost mock class kits. And, the idea was this might not be the final class, but there will be things that we can take from it that we like and then get rid of that we don't like, and let's just make something. And you guys have kind of seen some sneak peeks of that already from the Assassin. And,
this looks good, man.
Stream, and now you're seeing something from the Weapon Master. That was the other one that we took just to experiment with and contrast these different types of combat. And what I was kind of going for here was, getting class synergies in ways where, maybe, for example, you've got a thing that if you kill someone with one of your other abilities, it'll reset the cooldown on one of these abilities. And there was a lot of that kind of stuff going on in this kit, whereas there wasn't so much of that interaction in the kits in the previous alpha. It was an area that we felt we could really improve. And the good thing about that whole exercise that we did is we came up with a lot of cool abilities. You're not seeing them all here, but they, what it really did for us is it developed our tools, because we realized, we can't do this or we can't do that. And so, like, the designers and Adam and Keenan here would kind of go back and forth and say, like, designers need to be able to do this particular thing that we can't currently do.
Bro, I'm getting more and more hyped.
So we're really putting our best foot forward here. That way we are going into, like, the full class design. We're going to have a lot of stuff that we can hit the ground running.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Keenan.
I was just gonna sort of build on Trad's point, like all of these exercises, or throughout all of these exercises.
Oh, that looks so good, dude.
On the ability system side, to make sure that when we're adding something new, we make it as modular as possible. We really want to think of these abilities as being made out of like Lego pieces, not being sort of like molded from a single block of clay. So whenever we are trying something and we build something new, that's a new piece that we have to explore and combine with all of the other pieces that we've already made.
Absolutely. The other thing that's important, and is important probably for players to understand with regards to Alpha 2, is that this is another testing ground, right? Alpha 2 is a test. And in
it's still
Alpha
an
2, we're going to represent components of the class kits and the ability system that may not make it to launch, but it is a perfect area for us to kind of get both player feedback as well as for us to log data around its usage, its impact, its feasibility as essentially a component of our class kits, right? We're going to be experimenting a lot with regards to that for Alpha 2.
Bro. And everything you're seeing is so unfinished.
Definitely. We're just getting started.
This is so promising for the future,
man.
Well,
guys, this has been a fun stream. I think I really enjoy obviously talking about this stuff and showcasing the hard work that you guys are doing, everybody on the team is doing across everyone that makes combat a fun and tactile thing for us to play with. There's a lot that goes into it, but I think the team is hitting it out of the park with these showcases as we show, essentially what our quality bar is for Ashes of Creation. So I want to thank everybody for tuning in and watching. Please make sure, it's very important that you guys give feedback with regards to kind of what you saw today.
Wow.
It is always something that we are iterating upon, but generally based on what feedback we already received out of Alpha 1 and the pursuits that our engineering side as well as our design side have been examining and playing around with. We feel really confident in this approach for the basic weapon melee attacks. But
all you saw was
to hear
basic
your guys' feedback, what you thought of today. So
attacks.
Make sure to comment both in the YouTube section as well as on stream, on our forums, on our Discord. Connect everywhere. We value your feedback very much. It is an important part of creating Ashes of Creation. And remember, this is a work in progress.
Yeah.
This is something that we are
very
still
early on
expanding upon, something that we are still improving. It is never truly finished, but of course, it is getting close to Alpha 2 ready. Thank you guys again for tuning in. Adam, Keenan, Trad, thank you guys for being a part of it. Always appreciate the insight and the talents you guys bring to Ashes of Creation as a game. We're very happy to have you guys. So everybody in chat, give a
have wind in sailing. And I know we've talked about this topic a little.
I just want to reiterate the most important thing is get registered on our forums, go comment, give us your feedback. The big question is, do you like the direction of today's update? Is
streaming and talking, and then Steven will sneak up and do the pop-up out of stealth and gank him.
Kind of like. What did you think about the boss that they showed?
Things are starting to come along. Those are the things that he gave us no freaking video for. So right now I'm going to play the video of the stuff that they actually revealed to us. One being this guy here, the Dreadcrawler world boss that he says was in the desert biome, which I believe the Scorpion guy too was supposed to be in the desert biome too. So the desert's going to be a very dangerous place.
Well, it also confirms that we are definitely getting the desert for Alpha 2.
But this guy looks sick.
The other thing he mentioned too is the tagging and the damage gives you the rights to the boss. So if I come along and do 50% or 60% of the damage, and the guy tagged me, he actually gets the rights. If once he had his damage up, so the tagging will overshadow the just coming along and showing up and damaging.
Okay. I wish I could advance this along, but I can't. This is playing at the freaking speed that they actually transmitted at. And I kind of cut out some parts here and there, but it is what it is. So that's 2 world bosses that they've announced just for the desert biome. I'm going to assume that all the other biomes are going to be pretty much the same. Either have 2 bosses or more, depending on, whatever. I'd like to see a smaller version of this guy, though, too. I think he'd be a cool mount.
He'd be a cool pet.
I think that's a good thing regarding the world bosses, and we discussed that too in the previous part of the discussion. If they spread out, right, and they have like 35 or 40, world bosses, like not in Alpha 2, but of course live, like in a live game, that's going to mean that there's going to be a lot of spread that's going to happen naturally throughout your server. And if they roll out world bosses, that's going to be a terrible idea, because that's going to centralize the entire server to go to that one world boss and try to kill that one world boss. When in actuality, if they roll them out in this way of having 30 to even 40 world bosses throughout the entire node area,
server,
that's gonna people are gonna have different priorities to do different things.
Isn't there like an Asia?
We're seeing the cosmetics here. I want to move on with this
server.
The BS stuff.
I'll keep going.
20 minutes left.
This was the mantle.
I'm literally thinking for us to do the camp before we go to the bus.
I like the look of it. I like the freaking hilt from the sword. I said that when me and Ludo were freaking and me the cursed charger. The mounts now you see that they're actually they're adding the floral and stuff to the actual some of the other mounts and everything. So kind of
the only problem
matter with some of them.
I got one major problem with the cosmetics that are coming out. There's no differentiation between the female form and the male. The armor's identical. Swapped either way. Getting tired of that, and I wish Steven would address that. And if you're going to make a female armor, it can look similar and the same to a certain degree, but it has to be accentuated to the female side of it.
So you're saying what, more feminine?
Yeah, add a feminine style to it, because
he just wants the boob sliders to matter. That's all.
No, it's not the boob sliders. I just want it to make it look more female than it does wearing this. All that looks like is a female wearing a guy's armor.
Hi, Ray Elbs. What'd you guys think?
The females look good.
I'm in love.
Good.
Don't care.
Going along better.
Don't care.
They're not dwarves. Don't care.
Is this the first time you're seeing female?
We've seen the female.
The first time we're gonna see the male.
And we've seen the male.
We saw the male last time. These were just higher res.
Yeah, this is in game though. It's the first time we've seen in game.
Yeah, and I think it's an updated model. If that's what they were saying.
Yeah.
Another pass.
And the male, I don't know about how you guys feel, but he's got no ass.
Well, the woman freaking has no ass here, but obviously they
got sliders, man.
Yeah, and she's got a bigger front bulge than the guy does, so I don't know.
That I noticed, man. She's got more freaking dick than he does, so. Yeah, that's it. I said dick. It's my show. I can say dick.
I don't know how I feel about the moss on her skin, like the green moss effect. It's kind of cool, but I don't know how I feel about it.
I want to see what this particular race
Yes.
I want to put a hood on that, and I want to see how it interacts with the horns and everything. So, yeah, this guy. This almost looks like a freaking painting, a drawing, and instead of a render. You know what I mean? So it's like I sometimes I look at these and I'm like, are we being falsely led on to what we're seeing? But this is computer generated. This is their actual model now. And okay, it's good. Not the race I'm gonna play, but I know it's a race that Lulu's gonna play.
Yeah.
Male or female?
Male.
All right.
Maybe.
And I believe that was it for all their miscellaneous stuff. I think. Just let this play out.
Damn it.
Didn't see you come in, Frosty. How you doing? Hope everything's good. Hope you
Spawn. Yeah.
re-glued that mug together.
I just want to respond to his Gmail again. That's not what I'm asking for. What I'm asking for is that make it more feminine style armor. Make it so it's like a tighter or thinner, or just a different accentuation of parts of the armor than the males. Make it lighter in a sense when it's drawn. There's a huge discussion going on the forums right now that is quite a ways on the way the stuff is. So go check that out if you can. You'll see what I mean. There's a couple of good examples there, like some of the styles you see in Final Fantasy XIV style armor is better. Look, there's male and the female versions, and they just look better on the female, and that's where the males distinctly male masculine,
right.
Females distinctly.
Because we've had this discussion before on another show. So now we're getting into the meat and potatoes. This was the big reveal. This is we've said it before. If anything is going to break this game, it's going to be combat. Combat has to be absolutely freaking perfect. And I believe, at least in my opinion, what we see in this freaking video, damn, that shit looks so good. What we see in this freaking video is leaps and bounds. It's so much freaking better than what we freaking saw in Alpha 1. I was really impressed with what I saw here. So I'm gonna stay away from Gladys for a second because he was probably the most giddiest freaking person this afternoon. His butt hairs were freaking tingling. he was freaking excited. Roar, you're the one I want to freaking know. What you saw with the combat compared to what we played in Alpha, what do you think?
If you're comparing it to what we had in Alpha, it's like you said, it's leaps and bounds better than what we had. Everything in Alpha felt, as the guys said in the live stream, there's impact, there's noise, there's weight, there's commitment, there's agency. That was everything that it was missing. You just felt like you were flailing around a stick. It was pointless. And just from what we see here, you can see the impact, you can see the weight behind the moves, and I think it's something that we sorely needed.
Is there a butt following that statement there?
Absolutely. I've been on the fence with Ashes of Creation the entire time. You guys know that. I've never been, I'm one of these creators, one of these people out here that, I see it a lot every single day. It doesn't matter what Ashes says or what they do or what they put out. They can do no wrong, right? Everybody just jumps on board with everything they do immediately. But, I'm the guy sitting here who says, I know the combat looks great. Don't get me wrong. But it's nothing none of us have ever seen before. You know what I mean? Like if you want to play Black Desert Online, it has all those exact same things for an action combat game. And it looks great. It's a great step. Is it the best out there? Probably not. Could it be? Absolutely. That's going to come down to testing. So I was very impressed. I was very happy because I played the Alpha 1 and, we've been seeing their combat through numerous videos now for a really, really long time. I think it's a great direction. It really is. But at the same time, it's like, there's still other games that do exactly that. But everybody's acting like it's the coolest thing they've ever seen, which everyone's allowed to get excited. I'm not here to rain on anybody's parade, but I really, and at the same time, it's a great sword. We've seen that 1,000 times. Show me a pike, show me the lancer, show me like one-handed swords. We got to see a little bit of the daggers, which I was really happy to see. But I guess they got to start with the most common, easiest weapon, right?
The type of person I get excited over these small details.
No, you cannot do that.
I'm usually looking at things that other people are not looking at. So I'm looking at like his clothing is blowing up in wind, and I get excited. Or when he misses the guy, the mark that gets left on the ground when his sword hits the ground. I'm like, I haven't seen that before in another MMO.
That right there, right where he goes to block, I was really excited to see that, but it didn't look like either they haven't implemented it completely yet or what, but it didn't look like it did anything when he blocked the attack. I was really happy to see the blocks. Honestly, though, I was more excited for the abilities than, the giant hammer that they do with the overhead swing and the whirlwind abilities. I thought those were really, really well done. Like the little wind turbine thing that happens when you're swinging your sword. The dust is coming up. I think that's really well done. I think that I was much more excited for that than I was just the basic attacks.
Okay. The one gripe I did have, and I mentioned this when we were watching earlier today too, is that big hammer attack that you were talking about. I kind of wish that
seems like real hard to use.
That would be like an ultimate.
I wish the animation would take the form of the weapon you're using. So if you're using a hammer, it makes more sense that the animation would be a giant hammer. If you're using a dagger,
and it might
have the animation change to more like a swinging dagger or something with the same effect.
Yeah. And it might in the future. You know, it's still very early iteration.
Gladys, chime in, buddy.
I have so much to say. I don't even know where to start. I guess if I can just say, the one thing I am nervous about when I saw this combat at the beginning, I was excited seeing this. And to go on what Roar was talking about with it feeling like other games, that's why I was excited. Again, this is an indie studio. So unlike a lot of AAA studios where we're very familiar with their combat style, I wasn't sure if they were going to pull off even or replicate what a AAA studio can do. But not only are they doing it, they've created a very solid foundation with this, which I was very, very excited about. The one thing that I fear for people that were very, very early adopters back in like 2017 at the Kickstarter, this was pitched as a hybrid combat system. We didn't see anything tab in this entire stream. And I know all the action people are very, very excited. But again, if you back this thing in 2017, this was supposed to be a tab action hybrid. We saw literally... Well, I think it still is. Well, I believe so too. But again, we were shown zero anything.
It looks like Guild Wars 2 combat. And
well,
I honestly, if he hit tab, I bet it would highlight one of the enemies.
Well, we didn't see the UI either. Right. But in my point, But in my point, it's not saying that I actually prefer.
Oh god, I'm out of mind.
Action combat when it comes to melee. Like I think action.
I'm with you.
The action serves melee the best, and it's more fun to play. It's more AOE centric. It's just better.
Oh
in my
god,
next month's live stream is based on the range attack. I think that's what we're going to see more than tap target.
Well, yeah. And that's what I was going to mention is because I think, especially for basic attacks, I would prefer if rangers and mages had their basic attacks be targeted like a target. I don't want to aim the basic attacks. What I do want is similar to what we saw for the giant hammer, right? That's a skill-based attack. Clearly, Steven missed that attack several times on stream, right? So you have to position it.
Steven will self-confess that he sucks at it.
Well, what I'm saying is that I want, especially for the ranger and the mages and all the range people, to have more skill-based attacks to work with. But as far as your basic attack, I believe that the best way to go is tap for range and healing. But I'm not saying that you can't have more skill or action-oriented abilities in your actual class kit. I do want that, but I'm more going off of the basic attack. But overall, I was just so fucking excited. Like I was just really excited with how the sounds were, the actual wind animations. The whirlwind looked really visceral and cool to do. And I think ultimately, when he started talking about rotations for classes, is when I really got excited. And I would love to see a combination of these abilities in an actual rotation to see what that would look like as a fighter. You know, and just to touch on that too, is watching this, like I immediately thought watching this right here, like you guys just need to kick the tap targeting to the curb. Like you're doing so well with the action combat stuff, and it looks good and it looks fun. And you know, and I played a lot of games where it is fully free targeting action combat, and like New World is a great example. Like all the mages and bow and arrows and stuff in New World is all skill-based combat, and it works, and everybody loves it. So I don't think it needs tab targeting. I know that's their vision, their plan, but no, I'm with you on the action combat field.
I think it can be done with a combination. There's other games to do it.
I don't think that it can't be. You know, but I'm really excited to see what you can do with a fully action combat game that has more than 3 abilities on your bar. But I'm just saying that that's not what was promised. And I think as a backer, that's very disingenuous to say we're going to do... Because originally it was supposed to be a tab game. Then they switched to hybrid. And now all we're seeing is action. Like if I was an early backer, I'd be kind of like, well, where's tab? Because that was... If you want to go call out promises of back in the game, you would have been playing it live already. Well, very true. But I mean, they've stayed faithful to their vision, like as a whole. So all I'm saying is that it would have been nice to see what a tab melee... Even though I don't like that personally, I don't think it suits melee very well, that was still what was promised.
That's a... full freaking Matt in here. Your thoughts when you saw today's show?
So, I mean, it's going to be a lot of similar things, but foundation was a big word for me. Like, there's a lot that they can build upon this system. I also felt very similar games in there. I know they had a lot of people from Sony Entertainment Online, and I felt a lot of DC Universe Online here, especially with the way I perceived the combos working. It looked, they didn't specifically state how the abilities were happening, whether it was like a click, click, hold, and then it went into the whirlwind, or if it was like a click, hold, to bring out the big hammer and do the smash. That's something that I wish they touched on. If it was just an ability on the bar, they never really said. So it's still up in the air for me if it's like an actual like combo system, which would be more similar to like BDO and stuff like that. But another thing, like I said this when we were talking, like it felt good and I wasn't even behind the keyboard. Like the visceral feel, like it felt like I was playing a real game and not just, you know, like it was in the Alpha 1. Yeah. Like
feel like you're on The Witcher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Richie SH, another content creator, he put up like a clip on Twitter showcasing the great sword in the Alpha 1 and showcasing the great sword in today's video, and it's just night and day different. And I mean, like I said, on this foundation of how much improvement they've made from the Alpha 1 to today, like I just don't see them stopping and being like, we're good enough, you know? So I'm really excited. Like everything that I saw feels really good, and like on some of the subjects that we talked about, like tab targeting, I think that's going to be really easy to implement and keep it similar, just because that's very similar to like Guild Wars 2 or DC Universe Online. I don't see that as being a problem at, you know, simultaneously existing. So that's not even a concern for me. Big concerns for me are going to be some words they used, synergies, and then how are we going to really infuse our abilities for rotations, as Steven said, with this type of combat? Because my experience in like DC Universe Online, you kind of expel all your abilities and then you go into your weapon combos, because the weapon combos are what you use to restore your mana. So it's not really a rotation so much. There's a rotation that you use with your abilities, but then you go into the weapon combos until you have your mana back to go back into your rotation. So how is that really going to feel? Exactly. When they start implementing like a mana bar and how what it costs to use the abilities, where are they going to really play CC? Because he kept talking about like CC with the weapon system, and I think that's a good place to place CC since all characters have access to weapons versus putting those in the actual skill trees. But if you do that, it does leave skill trees lighter. So I'm curious to see a lot of what's to come. But overall, really impressed, really happy with what it's seen, and I'm ready for bot testing. Like, get me in there so I can get behind the steering wheel, man.
Ludo.
So, you mentioned the ground being gouged, little detail. I really like that. I like the enemies. I know this isn't really combat related, but to the area, how the enemies were non-existent until they got close enough, and then they kind of popped up out of the ground around them. I love that idea. Yeah, that was insane.
The only thing, however, and I just want to say this, I don't want it to become part of the game where every time we see these orange type blocks, we know that kind of mob is there.
Yeah, they need different skins for each
Only
area.
if they randomly put like a rock that looks exactly like it, but it doesn't do anything, and you're like, they're like wondering, is it gonna come after me?
Right.
Because when it jumped out at him, I was totally not expecting that, and I thought that was so freaking cool. It's like, okay, are you gonna do that in other biomes, in other parts of the world, where we just riding along, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere, this mob is attacking us? Oh my god, I didn't see you there. I love that.
One of the biggest things I liked from watching the combat was how they were making it feel impactful by making the camera zoom in just a little bit, shake, maybe blur it a little when it zoomed in, like to show a little bit of speed. I like that. I don't know if you guys noticed that at all. The other thing I thought it was missing, he's hitting these enemies with this big ass sword and they're not reacting to it. I'm pretty sure they're going to add that in later, but there's no stagger effect. Like they didn't seem to really react. I don't. Am I wrong in that?
They're hitting him at the same time. Well, there's some MMOs don't have a stagger effect like that. Like if you look at Lost Ark, there's a huge stagger effect when we hit mobs. But in World of Warcraft, there's no stagger when you're a
remember,
person.
Steven has God mode on, so he doesn't die during stream.
True.
And I do think he mentioned something about that. I'm gonna have to rewatch it just to get the specific things he said, but I think he touched on that.
Okay.
Somewhere along in the video.
And then also the dodging I expected there would be dodging, but when he's blocking and dodging the way he was, I thought that was really cool. But then I'm thinking, is there a keybind for block, or maybe is it like random that he just gets a chance that his character's going to block something? But it did look like even when he was out of combat that he was like holding it up.
No, it's an active ability.
Oh, okay, it's gonna
be something you push.
Okay.
And as far as like what it did, I watched it a couple times. When he blocked and the enemy hit him, it just halved the damage that it's done. So that's all it's doing right now, as far as blocking.
That's actually pretty good then.
And Creed, your thoughts on what you saw?
It's a good base foundation to work from. If that's what they got as a base, that's shortening up the refinement time. There is definitely some refinement coming and whatnot, like little details as well. Some of the little details I noticed that, like when he's getting hit, there's blood splatter, and which is really cool to see.
I didn't notice that.
There's lots of damage that, like, and how they're going to do the numbers and stuff like that. How if one set of numbers floats off to the left, one set of numbers floats off to the right, and kind of separates it a little bit, so you can tell what your damage output is and what your damage intake is. But overall, I'm impressed if that's what they got to work with, and this is just like their first or second or maybe even third pass on it.
Well, I was going to say real quick that the numbers to me indicate damage meters. If they weren't going to have numbers like at all, then damage meters is probably not going to be there. Because I know they talked about the whole API thing and yada yada yada, but it's like I said, damage meters are totally fine. Like Final Fantasy's community, that's probably the most like snowflake community, no offense, but it's like that community can get really crazy quite quickly. They have damage meters, it doesn't matter. So if you want to belong to a guild that doesn't do damage meters, then do it. If you want to have damage meters, then go to a guild that does it. But I think ultimately the numbers is what really got me, because I'm a huge damage meters person because I was a raider for so long. So I'm really happy that if we can have like add-on creators to make an add-on for Ashes of Creation have a damage meter, that's fine. I would love that.
They're not doing add-ons.
I just like seeing numbers. If I'm hitting something, I want to know how much I'm hitting it for every time it hits, and it seems to be working. So, but the incoming damage he's getting hit is floating off to the right, and then of course the damage he's throwing out is floating off to the left, and it shows each one of the mobs that are getting hit. So it's nice to see. I like to see numbers. It's not so much as a damage meter at that point. It's just showing the damage you're doing at the time. Not so
Typical
much
scrolling combat text.
Yeah.
When we were watching it today, I actually made a statement about. I asked Ludo what he thought of the scrolling combat text because I didn't like the look of it. And no sooner did I say that, he goes into this whole freaking spiel about how it's customizable and you can change the colors. I could have sworn freaking Steven heard me say that. It was just so weird, the timing.
Like as I was typing, I really wish we could customize that. And before I could hit enter, they were like, yeah, you can customize this. I'm like, oh, okay.
I think the one thing it needs is it's cool that you can change the colors of it and everything. However, the problem I was having is the coloring he had on that light brown landscape. There were certain angles sometimes where you couldn't make out the text clearly. It needs kind of a black outline to the text. So, because as you're moving, you're going to have a different color background. So it's fine that you can change the color of the text. But if you change it to blue, like he said, and then all of a sudden your main background is the sky, you're not going to see that text as well anymore. It needs to have some kind of different color outline so you can always see that text.
A black outline would be good.
So, just my opinion. But I liked it. So I'm going to let you guys get back to your little debate there about the tab targeting and the action combat, because I think as far as everything else in here, we pretty much touched base on it. But
I mean,
go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, like, I've been a tab guy my whole life. Like every MMO that I played is.
I mean, we all have.
Well, right. I mean, but I'm just
Multiple
speaking for myself, like, because I know there's a lot of people that really love action-based MMOs, and for me, like, I love action-based when it comes to melee. I feel very strongly when it comes to ranged that action does not suit ranged and healing as well as tab does. I mean, you mentioned New World, and honestly, I think the ranged combat to me looks really crappy in my opinion. Because
and I agree with you, because it didn't, and I think that's just because the way that they designed that entire game is you have three abilities, and you have a basic attack, and the basic attack is the same every single time. So, but it was different playing it, especially when you were like the archer fighting the guy, the melee guy. Like, I can't explain how it felt, but you're right, it wasn't the flashiest combat in the world, but they found a really good balance because there is a cost. Obviously, there's a risk and a reward, as we say, to having action combat, ranged combat. If you fling your big spell at the dude and you missed because you're bad, or he dodged it, that hurts. And New World found that balance. When you were at the other end of that guy with the bow, like, you felt that. And if he was skilled, it was hard to beat because he was landing everything.
I agree.
So
I
agree with you.
find with that as well is the ranged. I have no problems with ranged and action combat. I actually prefer it. Of all the games I've played that have been tab targeted, once you start to play the free ranged and going, the game flow moves way nicer, way easier, and you have the freedom to go in any direction and fire in any direction, and your shots do count. And so the skilled player is going to land more shots, and or they can also get blocked too. So, but
I mean, coming from Vladis's point though, like
more therapy for the WoW user.
Yeah. Well, no. So like, I agree with him. You know, he said he's got that rating background and stuff, and I have to agree that like, if I was gonna play a PvE focused game, I think I would prefer tab targeting. But there's just something about being in a PvP shit show, excuse my language, that action combat just feels really, really good when you're fighting other players.
Faster, way more quicker.
I do not really care. Like, there was these times, you know, like when you're trying to kill a boss, right? And, you know, speaking of New World, because that's my most recent example, you know, I have that bow and I'm fighting a boss and the tank moves the boss right as I release my spell and I miss completely. And it's not because I'm bad, it's because, you know, there's just stupid little things that get in the way, where if you were a competitive raider with damage meters and all that, I would probably absolutely 100% prefer tab targeting all day long.
I just feel like even when it comes to big siege battles, because that's what I'm kind of thinking in my head, right? As a ranger, and I'll just make ranger an example. If I can have my basic attacks, because you're thinking of so many different things, and the way I kind of picture it in my head is if I'm going to have different action and skill-based abilities already, on top of already having to aim my basic attacks, to me that's too much going on already on the screen with like 80 people everywhere with all these animations going on. So I would at least want my basic attack to because again, if it's action based, that means that the speed of the arrow and how fast the arrow travels matters. Lag is also going to matter heavily. So and I think of all these things, and I just think tab is just going to be less frustrating for the average MMO player. Will niche players that are more action oriented prefer action? Of course, but I'm just saying as a mass appeal.
Don't forget you can lock on to a target.
Right. Well, that's what tab targeting is.
I understand the freaking divide because they're actually both really good systems, especially under the right, under certain circumstances and everything. And this is where I always thought a game like Terra did so freaking well, because at the very beginning with Terra, as you're creating your character, it would say, hey, for this particular class, so if you're making a cleric or you're making a wizard or whatever, at the very freaking beginning, it would say, we recommend tab targeting for this, for this particular class. Or if you're creating a rogue or something, you'll say, hey, we recommend you use action combat. You can switch it at any time, but you set it and then kind of forget about it, and that's how you play that character. So if you're always in action combat, that's all you like. Even if they're suggesting you use tab targeting, you just select action because that's what you're used to and what you like. And the fact that they gave you that option right there at the beginning when you're creating your character with nothing more than a suggestion, I thought was freaking awesome. I've never seen another game do that.
And look how many buttons they offered you to shoot in Terra. It was over a dozen. You could have all the powers on the screen.
I was going to ask Ludo, in Guild Wars 2, Ludo, when it comes to, because I know you play an assassin or a rogue in Guild Wars 2, but have you played range people in Guild Wars 2?
Yeah.
Like, okay, so like how do range attacks work in Guild Wars 2? Because I mean, we always mention Guild Wars 2 because it is a sort of hybrid system.
I can't tell you in action combat. I can't tell you because when I play range is tab.
Okay, so
I mean, it's a lot of it is like an AOE, like so like you just do like a ground effect and you hit stuff in that area. There's a lot of abilities that do that.
Like reticles?
Yeah.
Place a reticle on the ground?
Yeah. So like even with my rogue, I can use pistols or short bow or rifle, but it's more like pointing in the general direction of what you're shooting at. And if it's there, then it's going to get hit. So if it's like in line of sight.
Lock on.
Yeah.
See, that's where Neverwinter had it. So in the Ranger, you pointed and you shot. So let's say you have a group of 5 mobs. You're in you have 2 stances. One goes into melee, one goes into range, and you're flipping back and forth. When you go into the range, you're able to jump back out of the melee fight, and then you're able to target whichever one you're targeting. So if you're tab targeting, it usually goes from the closest one or the nearest one to the furthest away, or vice versa, depending on how you set up stuff. When you are action targeting, I can pick any one of those 5 and shoot one, and then point at another one on the right and shoot that one, and then go back to the middle and shoot that one. I don't have to cycle through the targeting. I just point and shoot, and I didn't have a problem about missing. Out of every 10 shots, I might miss once.
Well, I think that's the thing, the rule set. The one thing I saw on the forums is the reason why people are wanting it to either pick one or the other is because if you have both, then you need 2 separate rule sets for tab and action. Because as an action player, if you literally are precise enough and you hit the target 10 out of 10, you can hit them 10 out of 10 times. But for tab, if that's the case, that it's going to be 10 out of 10, then everyone would play tab.
Yeah.
Well, exactly. It would have to be a percentage
When you
to
play
miss.
tab, it's RNG missing.
Right, exactly. So if you have that, then that's what people get upset, because now there's different rules because I'm using a tab system compared to an action system. I'm fine with that personally. Like I would rather take the 80% chance to always hit than having for
physically and manually aim to get 100% chance. Because again, like I want a lot of the class abilities to be a variation. I don't want every ability to feel like a tab ability. I want a variation of reticles to place, like the hammer where you have to make sure that the mobs are a certain distance away. I want certain dashes, certain like defensives. Like I want all these very reactive abilities.
Vladis,
like I don't want it to be.
You're describing Guild Wars 2 combat right now.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I really hope, because I've never played Guild Wars 2 when it comes to range, and I should in a long formatted way. I played only up to level 7, and that's not much to say. When I picked the, I think it was like the Hunter class or the Ranger class.
You know, after the show, I'm gonna get on Guild Wars 2, get on the Ranger, and I'm gonna check out the action combat. That's
okay.
I'm gonna do that tonight.
Matt, chime in on this. I'm kind of curious as to where you stand on this.
Well, when it comes down to like tab, I mean, Vladis just brought a point that I never really considered, and it's gonna definitely weigh heavily on my mind tonight as I try and like pull that like solution to that issue. But for me, it comes down to support classes. Number one, this is the first point that I think it weighs the most heavy on your play style, and that's picking out of random people that are in a mishmash, you know, castle siege. How are you going to heal the one person that you want to heal that's in your group when there's like 8 groups there? You know, that's where something like a tab target system is going to vastly improve your precision on being a support for the group, compared to trying to get your action bar. You send in the heal, you hit another person. Like they have to code a whole bunch of different things to really make that experience a little bit more intuitive for action-based healing, especially from a range standpoint. It gets a little bit easier when you're in a melee range to have more of those player-based heals, more of those action-based heals, that it just more naturally plays itself to that playstyle. But when you're like a support that's trying to buff a specific character, or you're trying to cast, you know, a specific like pull on a specific mob, and you grab the wrong mob, I mean, it adds interesting gameplay, but it comes to my second point, and that's content design, and specifically like boss mechanics. And the big one that comes to my mind that I am not the biggest fan of, and I know some people like it, that's in rage timers. And really when it comes to like damage meters and really like nickel and diming your experience is really because of enrage timers. You're trying to maximize your damage output and minimize your damage input before you just end up wiping because you didn't hit the damage meter. And just when you design a game or for action combat, you design encounters differently than just, you know, stamping on that end and rage timer on there just because you have to, for people that are just going to be hitting 80% of the time, like Vladis said before, and you can min-max the boss's health. You can't min-max the boss's health if there's dodging, if you miss certain things because you sent out your big damage ability and the boss did like a lunge or something, or like swooped up and the dragon went up in the air. It changes how you design your player kits,
your encounters,
when you're exactly based on specifically for the bosses. So I'm more leaning towards like what Roar said. I think action is the future because I think it's going to be it's going to allow them to design better boss encounters and better world boss encounters that don't rely on just, you know, you got to hit a certain damage. Like you start the boss, you better do enough damage before he just wipes everybody that's right there, and then it starts over. It just gives more interesting mechanics, and it gives you a little bit more pool. Like I know one thing that UX said in a previous episode that we talked about was having like a pool of abilities that the boss can have, and it just randomly, when you enter the encounter, it selects those abilities. You can't really do that if the big mechanic that only really matters is the rage timer, and that's why I lean towards wanting that action combat. But Vladis has me just in a pickle because I'm not sure how to really solve that issue of, you know, 80% RNG missing versus skill-based missing. In PvP, it's easy. Like that's PvP and action-based combat just really goes hand in hand. But those PvE encounters and how they design them, it's really going to be interesting to see those bosses in Alpha 2 when they launch, because that's going to be a very big tell towards future content and the future end-game hard mode content that Ashes has to offer.
That was going to be my next question for you, was going to be that as far as PvP goes, which do you lean toward? You said action combat. Do you agree with that as far as healers and mages and all that also in PvP?
Yes, I mean, to an extent. It just depends on the abilities that they want to put in there. Especially like healing's kind of the big calling card for if it's going to be successful to have action-based healing. Because I mean, it's been a hot minute since I played DC Universe Online. Groups were a lot smaller. Raids were only 8 people, and like I don't recall if your individual like big heal was actually
They were
existent.
smart heals.
Yeah, smart heals. Yeah, so if you code it in where you can like tag your tank and then they become your designated person for that ability, I think it gives you the player more cadence to control the way they're healing and how they're healing and the situations they can heal. But I know a lot of the better abilities for healers were just ones that you popped it and it healed everybody. You know, just pop it, and
Focus
that's
on
how
like
all
the 3 lowest health guys or whatever, and you just spam it on cooldown.
Yeah,
That's the same way that PSO does it.
Yeah, so, and as far as healing goes, I don't know if that's necessarily extremely fun. I mean, I played a controller in that game, so my role got completely metagamed into just being a battery, so I understand not fun gameplay. But, you know, it's just going to be interesting. I think melee combat really lends itself to action combat, especially in PvP. Ranged combat, I think, can, especially if you go the Guild Wars 2 route and you have your big pools, because that's one thing I love about using the staff as a necromancer is I have like 4 big circles that I can place, and then I can interact with the abilities, and I got slows, I got ways that I can get away. Like, I'm very mobile as a class that can be slow, especially with the Harbinger. Like, I'm super mobile with that class.
That's a key right there.
Again,
that's key right there.
Yeah, like,
ability and fights. Tab targeting is more likely to stand still and just slug it out. Action-based is going to be more lively and more moving positioning, because every time you sidestep the guy swinging, he misses you. So
well, I was just going to mention real quick for what Matt said. I honestly believe that the real future for MMOs is hybrid, because if a company can successfully do both, why not
capture a lot of market?
Exactly, because if it does tab really well, like WoW tab combat plus like BDO action, isn't that what everybody wants? Like, I mean, everyone always mentions, like, for action, BDO has amazing combat. I don't personally like BDO combat, but again, like, if we could have that, why not? Because I think traditionally, a lot of MMO players, especially like old school ones, play tab, and a lot of people are comfortable with tab. But if you have a true awesome hybrid system, now they can be introduced to action, but still have a good tab system to fall back on. So I honestly feel like if we can get, and if Intrepid can really nail an awesome hybrid system, I believe that is the thing for MMOs.
I think you just nailed something on the head for that, because older players like Extermicide and myself, we played all the tab games since the 2000s. So when we got into Terra, it was like, oh, what's this? And we started playing action, and then the next evolution from Terra was a different game entirely, which was Neverwinter, that I played for a long time. And then ESO, I've done that evolution. I don't need introduction. And the way it's evolved is that it's gone from tab, or it's gone from tab to action. Now, people also misunderstand and don't consider that in the action phase, you can also lock onto targets. It's not so much as a hybrid, but you have the ability to lock on targets and preset certain targets to lock on to if you're a healer and stuff like that. But at the same time, you're still free for the action.
So, did you guys all play Diablo 1, right? I did not. Well, I know X did.
Mini spurts.
Yeah, I played it a lot. And I PvP'd a lot, because I'm a PvPer. I don't care about your world bosses. I don't care about the sieges. You know, these 500 versus 500 things that they're playing. Don't care. I like open world, organic combat.
Yes.
And I will tell you
that's
this,
what I want.
And I left my feedback on it, and I don't know if that feedback was ever heard or not, but I challenged in the alpha a cleric with a wand. And you guys remember the wand, right? How they can just spam it for days. Well, he was tab target. He was tab target, and he was locked onto me. And I was playing the warrior dude, or the paladin, or tank. What do they call tank? And I was trying to play it action combat because it was pretty fun. And this guy just ran around in circles, not even looking at me, because you don't have to, because it's tab target, spamming Q and just launching these stupid locked on tab targeting projectiles at me. And it forced me to switch back to tab target so I could actually land my charge on him.
I mean, to be
And it was
fair, the
miserable.
wand
It was miserable.
OP as hell.
And it is, but that's my only fear for a hybrid combat system is PvP, because if they're a ranger or a mage or what have you, they can lock onto me to tap target, spam their abilities, and I'm that dude with that long sword trying to catch him. When he doesn't have to worry about looking at me.
But
that's where testing comes in.
Right, the percentages. Like, the percentages are going to have to be very, very key and crucial to what is the hit-miss ratio for tab. Because, again, for action, if it's 10 out of 10, if you're a skilled enough player, there needs to be a counterbalance with that, whether it's 8 out of 10, 7 out of 10, 6 out of 10, and maybe it could even scale, because traditionally in WoW, when hit rating was a thing, you started off with no hit rating. And you basically, as you leveled, you got more hit rating. And then
and that's the whole thing of what they plan on doing. Are we going to see stats like that improve your chance to hit? I don't know. It just really depends on what it really comes down to what their plans are for, you know, how many stats they plan on having in this game. Because you could eventually get to the point where you can't miss anymore. And that's my fear with the rule set, because, you know, again, if you had everybody in tab, then we have one rule set. But if they do a true hybrid, then you are going to need two separate rule sets, and that's honestly the main contention. It's not really the tab or the action; it's the rule set that people are really giving a shit about. And then you can get into the whole discussion, topic, debate of should action combat deal more damage than tab target, because there's a risk reward tied to action combat. So should my arrows hit harder, have higher crit chance, something than a tab target? I think it only should apply for ranged, because everybody in melee people are going to be action, so having more damage because of that's kind of irrelevant because everyone's going to do it. Well, so everybody's auto attacks in melee are going to be action combat, but we've heard time and time again now that there will be specific abilities, you know, like your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 abilities, that if you put the amount of skill points into, you can make it action combat or tab target, depending on how you spec your character. So let's say it's the charge ability. You know, is it an action combat charge ability or is it a tab target charge ability? And if it's action combat, do I stun you for 3 seconds if I hit you, or do I stun you for 1 second? Because this tab target is technically easier and cheating. You know what I mean? But that's what I'm saying with the whole separate rules, right? Because that's if everybody was action, there would only be one rule set, and I feel like because now people are asking for more damage for action, it's like, well, wait a minute, like there has to be an even balance with the rule set, and I do agree that's all going to come with the.
I've never heard tab targeting is easier, therefore it's cheating. I've never heard that said like that before.
Well, it's only considered cheating when you're versing action combat, right? In World of Warcraft, where everything's tab target, nothing is. It's it's all the same. Normal. Doesn't matter.
I'm not knocking it because
I think we're looking at this the wrong way.
It's a really a fair point, because I think honestly in a game like this that's going to be both PvP and PvE and everything, whatever they decide on, I think we all need to be on the same page. We all have to have the same exact action style. It's just whether it's action, whether it's tab. If it's going to be that mixture, then
it's funny you say that we all need to be on the same page, because that's whatever page that Steven says we need to be on.
Exactly. It's his game, and I'm for that. You make up the rules, and I will play however you want. It's your game.
We're looking at this the wrong way, though. We're looking at it as action combat or tab targeting combat. I don't think it's going to be one or the other. I think it's going to be both.
It's going to be like a 70-30 split.
It's going to be both at the same time, and then there's going to be some abilities that are action combat abilities. There's going to be some abilities that are tab combat abilities. Yeah. And I think that's the best way to do it. I think that's the way it's going to be.
I just think a lot of people
and then
are divided, and they want either all tab or they want all action.
It doesn't
The majority
have
of the
to
all
be
tab
either.
players, though, come from games that are older. Like World of Warcraft is a big chunk of the community that wants tab. They want the game to be more like World of Warcraft.
Tab was the first.
But you're exactly.
Just look at ESO and Guild Wars 2.
Yeah, but what Extremis I just said is exactly right. Is the player base is divided. They want this or they want that, and they only want that because they haven't had the perfect system yet. So if they nail this and they actually get to experience it by paying $15 a month, you know, that's going to make their deciding factor. They either love it or they're going to hate it. And that's just what it comes down to, and that comes down to us as the testers to perfect that system. And you know, that's all our prejudices be damned. All our our what we want doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. We have to decide for ourselves if this is something that we want them to pursue, because you're either going to play it or you're not. So once I think the majority of the player base finds the perfect system that actually does feel good, we'll be more inclined to say, okay, well, that's not so bad. But going off of what BMAT said a little bit earlier when he was talking about the skill trees and how CC they want tied to the weapon skill trees. And like you said, you think that the CC should be there because everybody uses weapons, right? Well, the first thing that hit me in my mind was that kind of sucks, because in a game where PvP is so prevalent, if that's where you're going to get your CC, there's going to be a lot of weapon skills going crazy because CC wins fights. So that kind of worried me a little bit.
Me too. Well, I mean, when I said that, I mean, you got to have obviously the quote-unquote balance between the weapons, and you got to have the balance as far as your access to it, because it also comes down to how many skills can you have in your bar. Like if you're going to put it in the skill trees and you can only take 10 abilities, like half of your bar, similar to
9 stuns.
Like Guild Wars 2, you're going to just be like, I need my CC, I need my CC, I need my CC, I need my shield, and something over here. Like you start losing build diversity. I mean, kind of, because that's you build it for the activity you're doing. So at the end of the day, you're still building your diversity for that, but you lose a little bit of the freedom of like, I need to have all of these tools versus you can place a few of those tools in the weapons, and then you can kind of supplement a few of those tools in your skill trees based on, I'm big on class fantasy, so, if you put more CC inside of a rogue's kit, I'm kind of okay with that. If you put a little bit more CC as far as like movement and pulling and grouping up into a tank's kit, I'm kind of fine with that. There's different elements that you can kind of flavor into the specific archetypes, and then, this is something that I've talked ad nauseum, you can supplement those different archetypes into the augment system, and you supplement those different CCs to the other classes through the augment system, and now you're giving a little bit more breadth and depth into how you can build your character and how you can access different CC abilities. If you take the cleric and then you take the rogue secondary augment, and then you get those rogue CCs, but then you also add in maybe you use a staff weapon so you get more of a sweeping CC. You can start to actually build your character to kind of your play style. That's what I mean by foundation. They have a great foundation to really expand upon giving player the control of building different builds and how it goes. So, but we have to see it.
One of the devs did mention that too. He said they're taking all the abilities of all the classes and they have them in the game so they can mix and match and try which ones are going to be better for others.
At the end of the day,
I don't know, 64 classes is a lot to figure out.
That's if it's true 64 classes.
There's mathematical ways to kind of get there. Yeah.
I am.
At the end of the day, the last saying you can kind of say is, if everyone's got all the same stuff, no one's actually unique. And with how much risk reward, that's a term that you use specifically for action combat. I think since that's one of their big pillars, that's why I have so much hopium for the way they're kind of designing little things. So, like Ludo said earlier, I want to see a skill tree. I want to see a weapon skill tree. I want to see
because the skill tree they showed us in Alpha 1 was abysmal. And I'm pretty sure that was a placeholder. It better have been placeholder because
almost everything in Alpha 1 is a placeholder, so even referring to Alpha 1
that's
pointless.
That's like critiquing.
I want to start my theory crafting.
Well, that's like critiquing
curiosity. Curiosity lore. What game had the best skill tree in your opinion?
Oh boy, I don't really think I have anything I consider the best. I like options. So if we want to go down options and creating something truly unique and that thing that you want to be, you can't be PoE, But if you, and that creates the ultimate. Like you can take any class and turn it into something else, and that was what was great about PoE. But at the same time, obviously there is some that are stronger than others, right? There's some that are really cool and fun to play, but they can't do what top classes can do. So it's sketchy. I'm actually kind of excited for World of Warcraft's new revamped skill trees. If you jump on their website and you look through their new revamped skill trees, they're pretty impressive.
I remember my reaction when you pulled me back into freaking World of Warcraft after all those years. Remembering I had...
Yeah, you were dumbfounded about how simple it was.
Yeah, in the beginning we had those 3 different freaking skill trees that went all the way down the page, and I was looking at this thing, and it's like, what the hell is this? I have 6 choices here, and it's like, really? They dumbfounded this down this much?
Same thing happened.
Right, and they did, and that's why I'm excited for this new expansion, so we can see, you can already go on their website and look at the talent calculators for the Druid and what was the other one? The Shaman? No, Death Knight? One of the two.
Death Knight. I think it's Death Knight.
Yeah, it's Death Knight, and they put player choice back in the game, and I love that. So now the most staple of abilities that you get every time now they're within the skill tree. So if you want this skill tree, you're gonna have to sacrifice something else, and I think that's great. And the skill trees are massive. And that's the other good thing. They're not PoE, but they're massive. You have to make real choices now. They're even far and away of what the classic skill trees look like. So I think choice is really, they are, and that's what divides being overpowered and having balance. Those are the two things that matter. Because if you could just take every single thing that was broken, you'd be ridiculous.
You think that's going to be enough to bring back some of the old players who left WoW recently?
I don't know. We'll see. Like I said, it's World of Warcraft. People come back for whatever reason that they come back. I don't want to get into
therapy class failed.
Right.
Therapy.
I don't really want to get into what makes World of Warcraft makes people love or hate it. But there has been definitely there's nothing. The only negative things that I've seen about the skill trees throughout Twitter and YouTube and stuff is that now people have to make choices, and I don't want to do that. They're not bitching about, the skill tree versus this talent system we have now. They're bitching about, oh no, if I want Swift Mend on my Druid, I'm gonna have to leave this out now, So
That's what makes
Now
a
they have to make
game
now
a
they have to make
game,
choices.
and that's what people are forgetting. This is a freaking game. You're developing your own unique character. Hopefully, it's the Uber one that can freaking take out everyone else's freaking character who they think is their.
Yeah,
build
and
is the
hopefully
best.
that's what Ashes provides. Hopefully that is exactly what Ashes plans to do. Is gives you choice where you can actually tinker and
Build
find out what
Path
works.
of Exile. When I first saw
Yeah.
their freaking skill tree, I was lost.
We all do, bro.
I mean, that was so freaking massive. Like, what the fuck?
When you have 20 directions to put your very first skill point, it's immediately sensory overload.
But once you started freaking doing it and you realized what you were doing and realized where you were going with it, it was comfortable. And you appreciated the fact that you had all these options.
I'm right there with you.
So,
I would rather have anything over like the current iteration of talents that World of Warcraft has.
all right, we're nearing up our freaking hour here, and I'm just gonna throw this question at you guys. What do you think we're gonna see in the next live stream? Because I don't think he stated what we're definitely seeing.
Ranged combat?
I'm guessing range combat also. At least
I don't know if that's the next developer update, but he said that would be the next combat thing we saw was ranged. So we'll see.
Is that what you guys all think also?
Yeah, I'm with Roar on that one.
What do you think, Gladys?
I don't think it's going to be anything combat related. I
don't think
It's going to be
either.
mounts and new cosmetics.
I think it's going to be what they
Yeah,
wanted to
it's-
show this month. Because if you heard Margaret and Steven, they pushed something off to show this update. Because originally last month they said that we were going to show weather climate, and they were going to show a small portion of combat. So in my opinion, I thought it was going to be like 20 minutes of talking about weather stuff and then 10 minutes talking about this basic combat attack or whatever. But now they show a whole live stream dedicated to combat, which I love, thank God. But I think next month they're going to show probably more weather effects and climate again that they want to show this month. And then probably in August, we're going to see either ranged or healer or some other archetype combat thing.
Okay, that's fair.
Trickling closer to that Alpha 2, man. Trickling just ever so close. Oh,
I agree.
we need spot testing.
When is spot testing?
Tomorrow.
We need spot
Right.
testing.
What, you didn't get invite yet?
Yeah, okay.
No, man. Gotta get in those DMs, I guess.
All right, guys. Good talk. I actually, I'm gonna have to say this. I'm gonna give Intrepid some accolades here because I think ever since the Unreal 5 announcement developer stream, I think the developer streams lately have been much freaking better than they have been in the past. So I think they're doing a good job with that. And if you're a content creator and you're just trying to find something to talk about each week, each month, that's hard enough. You guys have, these guys have the freaking game right there and everything, and they were leaking us like little small tidbits in the past. Let's look at these new cosmetics. Let's look at this new mount, that we just made. And I got so freaking old that the fact that they've been actually showing us some really tangible stuff that we can actually get behind and actually talk about now, it's about time. I'm just gonna say, I'm very pleased with the last few developer live streams. So I hope the next one is not just some kind of flop.
Could you imagine trying to be an Ashes of Creation content creator if it was under NDA? You'd hate your life.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you'd definitely be doing something else. You'd be doing one freaking video maybe every 3 months.
Yeah.
Hopefully soon again, and I'm gonna just throw this out there. I hope they freaking just pull one of those ships up and actually get on the ship and give us a tour of the ship. I want to see those ships up nice and close because from a distance they're looking good. They're looking good. So I just like I want a tour of the boats. I want to see I want to see the weapons attached to it that we're going to actually be able to use. I want to get
how you can customize them.
I want to get some idea
Ship
of what
building.
we can expect for seafaring combat because I'm really looking forward to that. That's a whole other aspect of the freaking game that I'm just kind of excited for. And I do agree. I think most of you had the same reaction when Roar was talking about the whole freaking siege thing. Look, I think it's going to be cool the first couple of
fun
times
once or
we
twice,
do it.
but
Yeah, but it's going to get old quick. It's going to be that world PvP. Be it out in the boat, be it out in the woods, wherever it is, that's going to be the stuff that you remember the long term. Those siege
Bro,
things
are you
just
kidding
gonna-
me? Are you kidding?
Yeah.
I disagree entirely with that accusation.
The reason I say that is because if you go back to like Star Wars: The Old Republic, it's like what Creed was saying. What's the name of that freaking the Hut Ball freaking game? Or you play it enough, it's the same thing every time you do it. These siege freaking battles are going to be the same thing eventually once we start.
It depends on what you have at stake. I mean, if you really want to keep that node,
but that's the thing, and that's different styles, different gamers. But you got to look at your own opinions aside. You got to look at where the general world is going today, right?
of course, sieges, they serve a purpose. Okay, we have to be there to defend our keeps, defend our lands, defend our nodes, whatever. We've all played sieges, right? They've been in a lot of different games. Guild Wars does it, ESO does it, on a smaller scale. You know, and even New World had its 50 versus 50 wars, and after a while, it just kind of felt like a chore. You know, unless the rewards are freaking great. You know, but look at take shooters for instance. You know, Call of Duty was multiplayer. You know. Or it's all just instance pre-built stuff. And then what came along? The battle royales, because they created open world organic fights where it wasn't just 6v6 and a team deathmatch. And BRs exploded because they added whole new elements to PvP. And that same thing still stands true to me. I will never forget coming from EverQuest. You know, I played EverQuest from 1999 to like 2004 to World of Warcraft. I got into the beta test for World of Warcraft, and I played a stupid Night Elf Hunter, and I was in Darkshire, and here comes the big red name Undead Rogue running right at me. And I'm like, what is this? I had no idea. I was like, what is this guy? And he killed me. And I was like, what just happened? And someone's like, the Horde. They were like, the Horde are invading. And I was like, who are the Horde? And they were like, it's the enemy players. I said, that's a player? You know, it changed my whole world, you know? Yep. And then you jump into Battlegrounds, like, you know, Battleground after Battleground after, and it's just like, I don't care anymore, you know?
If Castle Sieges were a queuable thing where you can do them all the time, I would agree. They're going to get old hat very quickly.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's not going to be the case. We'd be lucky to do a major Castle Siege maybe once every 3 months, depending. And when it happens on your server, there's also going to be a PvE component. If the PvE component is going to be randomized and changed throughout whatever node, it could be a big colossal dragon. It could be a whole army of goblins that it starts invading too, along with 250 players. If they scorpion. Yeah, it could be a whole giant scorpion that comes out. We don't know. And I think that PvE mechanic that can come out, it could be really awesome. And depending on what node you're trying to siege, it could keep it fresh. And because you're not going to do that very often, in one given year, your server might encounter 6 node sieges, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. On top of that, the actual nodes themselves in the towns, depending which town it is, the whole layout could be different for the siege.
Right.
Different
Well,
styles.
and you know, and I guess I should reiterate myself, because you know, when I said that I don't care about Castle Sieges, that's just me.
No, for sure.
I don't care about
never has been.
I was referring more to X, because X said that it's going to get old really quickly, and I just disagree with that.
And again, I'm representing, I guess, a certain player style.
Well,
it's not going
Right.
to
When
be
that type of PvP is the norm, I absolutely agree.
Battlegrounds and sieges are two different things, though.
Right.
Absolutely.
So I mean, even
But
Battlegrounds,
I'm just
like,
saying
the Battlegrounds can get old quick and everything. But a lot of times
they're super fun, but
a lot of times
you know,
anyone who's
it's
doing them
just-
is because they're grinding towards something.
Well, the battlegrounds are going to be open world battlegrounds. They're not going to be queuable in Ashes of Creation. So a zone's going to light up. In my opinion, I think it's going to light up and say, hey, this is the battleground area. Similar to like World of Warcraft, if like Terran Mill and South Shore lit up red, that's your battleground. But it's not a
Would
queuable
it
thing.
become a battle royal then? Last guy standing freaking wins?
Yeah, dude, I would love that. I would love if there was different parameters for each battleground, and there was like either an objective, or it's not just a kill count quest. It could be like I don't know, you're labeled red team and blue team, and then now you have to go and save somebody or capture the flag. Or there's a whole there's a whole bunch of things they can do. It really is awesome. They can do like a Girabashi arena, and it's like a hole that you just plop into, and then last man standing wins. Who knows? It could be a whole bunch of things.
Fantasy's freaking ass hair, freaking tingle.
I'm just saying, like, it's endless what they could do. It could be a lot of fun.
It is. There's a lot of possibilities, and I'm really excited for. I mean, if you're not a PvPer, it's probably not gonna be the game for you. But you know, like there's just gonna be a lot of it. I'm really excited to kill people, and take their stuff, man.
I'm glad it's gonna have a freaking whole show there. Him defending PvE and you sitting there defending PvP because like,
dude, I've been a raider for years too. Don't get me wrong. And that's you know, and that's a whole. It's a whole nother can of worms. I was actually having this talk with Zillin the other night. I am literally torn apart inside that there are no instance raids. I hate it. You know, some of the funnest times I've had is getting together with my 10-20 man raid team and just sitting down for 3-4 hours and banging our heads against bosses. Like, that's fun. And you can't, as far as I know, and as far as everything we've been told, you can't do that in Ashes because everything can be contested. So you're going to gather your raid team, and then, you know, everyone's going to march up the mountain to kill the dragon, and then there's 8 other guilds there that are all just going to murder you. Like that, like how do you, there's no progression, right? Like that's...
In the dungeons, the very last area where the boss is you do teleport in, like the videos that they showed was that black dragon.
So when I asked them, on the Ashes forums, and this was a while back, this was probably it was when I was still making Ashes of Creation content, so it was about a year ago, and I asked the developers in the forums, I said, how much instance combat is there going to be? Like, are there going to be instance raids? And they danced around the question, and what they told me was, generally, the instance areas in the game are going to be more for very small groups or solo story content. I do not think there's going to be a single raid boss that drops raid tier loot in the game where you and only your group can fight it at one time. I don't think it's
as a raider, I'm actually fine with that, because if it depends on how they structure the world bosses in Vera. Because if there's 35 to 40 world bosses that you can choose from, that's your raid right there. As a guild, you're just going to be able.
I'm talking about the legendary bosses, the ones that drop the legendary materials, who are going to be far and few between.
Oh, okay.
Like not world bosses, like the bosses, like the big boys. Yeah, like the big
You
boys.
unlock the
bosses.
Metropolis node, it unlocks this dungeon that you go down, and it's like the big bad, what you've been grinding for.
And I don't remember what show it was, but you brought that up. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Matt. But God, what show was that? I don't even remember. You guys might remember when Steven was saying there might be a boss that shows up, and that's the only time you ever see it. And if you're not the one to kill it, you don't get the achievement because it will never be back. And it's like that's really cool, but it's scary.
I don't remember that.
You know? I'll find it for you.
That either.
Yeah, I'll find it for you.
All right, guys, we're gonna wrap it up there. And Roar, it was great that you came and decided to sit with us tonight. You know you're always welcome.
Sorry, guys, I like to run my mouth. You're fine. I run my mouth.
Yeah. But yeah, it was great having you back, and you know you're welcome anytime you want to come and sit in with us. And guys, we'll see you next Monday. Okay? Catch you guys later.
All right, boys.
Safe.
Have a good one later, guys.
Bye.
Double kill. Such a weak flesh. Better to be rid of it. Excellent. Enjoy the strength of my terrors. They shall feed my children. Yes.
Something finally went right. Thanks for the relief, healer. I know. Time to practice running away.
There will always be more.
I cast a long shadow. Ah, much better. Time to practice running away. Fine.
That one's pushing up daisies. Mayhem.
On the run again.
A seed has been planted. It will sprout before you know it. Fort destroyed. some thorns.
Today's my day.
Choose a talent.
I can't do this on my own, sadly. Help me recruit these mugs. Ah, much better. Let's get out of here.
Nah. I have a feeling this ain't gonna happen, guys.
This is what it takes.
A seed has sprouted. Best not fight over it,
Why do you have to be part of the problem?
I see you have some thorns. Enemy withered. That one's pushing up daisies. Double kill.
Excellent work!
I cast a long
Untouchable. Good. More fertilizer.
Aren't enemies supposed to be scary? This is what it takes. Go away, don't come back.
Killing spree over. I feel a seed germinating. Are you ready for it? There's my precious seed. Go and get it, would you?
This is what it takes.
Such useful servants. My terror shall crush your enemies.
You're a bother.
Spill their blood.
know, I'm starting to think that some of you guys are gay. It's probably just my imagination. So, you guys want to make out? It's probably just my imagination. So, you guys want to make out?
There's one thing you can expect from me, and that's the unexpected. 'Cause I'm an international super spy. Super spy!
Dum dum, dum 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 dum. Oh man, I'm stuck. No.
Here we go. Let's touch gloves. Sign of respect. Come on, touch my glove. You fell for it, pussy fart.
Ora, hayaku.
A performance was demanded of me, and now I have delivered. Encore!
Yay! What do I win? A sad feeling. Oh.
Being gay isn't a choice. You will be gay. Sorry, you have no choice here.
But it didn't take me long to realize something that never occurred to me before. Actually, no one ever really talks about this, but
Cash or charge?
being gay is really expensive.
What are we talking about today? Femboys. Question is it gay? Complicated answer.
There's one thing you can expect from me, and that's the unexpected. 'Cause I'm an international super spy. Super spy!
This is a random picture from your camera roll.
Fill the room with it. Tell me how it's awful and that shit did not faze me. Tell me how I sucked again, my memory is hazy. You're my favorite rapper now, yeah, dude, I better be. Or you can fucking kiss my ass, human centipede.
Bashing in my face with a crowbar.
Sorry, I thought I saw a wasp.
Do you love me too?
Excuse me?
Jaden, since you're gay, we're sending you to a camp where you can be cured. Wait, what kind of camp is this? It's where everyone sends their gay children to be cured of that horrible mental disease that you people have. All of them? Yes, and you're all gonna be sharing cabins together in the middle of the woods where nobody's gonna be able to hear you or reach you. What? The counselors there have experience because they were gay once too, and they know how to cure you. Okay. I know it's gonna be hard because you're gonna be away from your family for 2 months. 2 whole months, you say? We know this is best for you. We looked on the brochure. There's starlight, there's a beautiful waterfall and a river nearby, and plenty of trees and clean air. When do I leave?
Oh God. Oh no. This can't be happening. It can't be.
horas debaixo d'água. Mano, será que dá ruim, gente? Deixa eu tentar.
Seriously, shove it in.
Jake, it's just so tight it won't fit.
Nah, I don't support you guys. Nah, I don't support you.
God, you know, we're doing the wave routine. If y'all want a video on that, let me know in the comments down below. You know, went to sleep, those good things, had to get a haircut. You know, before y'all could really see the fantasy of it all, I had to get a haircut. I can't man's worst fear. But these are the results, y'all. Tell me what y'all think. Do y'all like it? I'm thinking about making this like my look. Let me know if you think I should continue to stay blonde.
It's a pre-made.
Can you hear it? The end.
It's in your eyes, a color fade out. Transition is starting.
This fight begins in 10 seconds. If the Alliance won't leave Alterac on their own, the Frost Wolves will force them out. Untouchable.
There must be a reason for this.
The strength of the light
Can't find a funny way.
Choose a talent. Or destroy. I am on my way to headquarters. Our cavalry sacrifice will not be in vain. The frost wolves are finished.
Can't do this on my own. Protect this ally.
Those alliance dogs will pay for this.
Easy enough.
Killing spree is over. No frost wolf should be held in chains. Get them out of those cages and onto the battlefield. You can't stop me. I got you now.
This one's life must end.
Get out of there. I count alone.
I shall keep the balance. The gods have favored you with wisdom.
shooting, your aiming, do that sort of stuff. And yeah, just improve the AI. Take the logic we have, improve the AI how you'd like. This is more just a sample of how you might apply AI.
Let's fly! It is time. We will forge a great destiny. From order comes
For
justice.
the Nexus!
What is up, people? Today we are talking even more about the combat system, because since the live stream happened, Intrepid has dropped a bit more information on Twitter and Discord, plus there are a few things that we overlooked in the previous video. And also some of you guys pointed out some things I didn't notice before. But before we get started, make sure you guys are giving Intrepid your combat feedback over on the forums as well. As much as I'd like to believe Intrepid is creeping through the content creator comments for feedback, you are much more likely to be heard over on the forums. So I posted a direct link to the feedback forum where you can make a post and let Intrepid know your thoughts on what you have seen, what you like, what you don't like, and how you think they could improve. Anyways, let's jump into the video. First, and probably the biggest thing, I talked about in my last video that was breaking down the combat, how there was very little signs of any tab targeting or the hybrid system. It looked like the majority of it was action combat, which is kind of expected when it's just basic weapon attacks. There's not a lot of abilities involved or anything like that, and there was no UI. So I was a little bit surprised when Steven took to Discord to note that they are still approaching the combat from a hybrid design perspective. In the live stream, we focused on the look and feel of the basic melee attacks, because historically the feedback has been critical of the look and feel of combat. The system and mechanics around targeting continue to live in both the tab target and action targeting approach. More on those mechanics will be showcased in the future. The Ash's Twitter also gave us a little bit more, stating that Intrepid is utilizing a hybrid combat model that will have a healthy medium between action and tab targeting combat. So Intrepid has not at all given up on the hybrid system they have talked about for years, but is continuing to work on it with this combat update, which in a way I am glad they are sticking to their word on this, but I'm going to hold off on my thoughts with this until we get more of these systems in play, because as you probably know by now, I am a big action combat guy, and I love what we saw in the basic weapon showcase, and it's really hard to get a feel for what they're doing until I can actually play the combat. One thing one of you pointed out in the comments too is in the beginning of the stream, you can see Steven go one-on-one with a rock guy, and the rock guy has a red circle underneath him. In Alpha 1, this circle indicated that the enemy was targeted by you, and I'm pretty sure this circle appeared because Steven tapped selecting him. You really don't see this at any other point in the video, no matter if Steven is fighting multiple mobs or going solo against another rock guy, as he is in action combat mode and isn't targeting a single opponent. It's hard to tell otherwise though because the UI is hidden, but it's hidden because it's more than likely in a far from complete state. But you can also tell the exact moment Steven switched stances from tab targeting to action combat, because if you notice in the beginning of the video you can see a mouse on the screen, and right before he's about to engage in that first rock enemy, the mouse turns into a red dot reticle in the center of the screen. Intrepid has also stated on Twitter that animation canceling is not a combat mechanic they are planning to support at this time, which honestly I kind of hope they change their mind on. Again, it's really hard to tell how it's going to work until I can actually play with the combat and figure it out, but being locked into an animation can become very annoying at times in action combat with PvP. The last thing I want to point out, which isn't combat related, but we saw in the combat video around 28 minutes in the background there is a giant Dunir dwarf statue carved into the mountains overlooking the Riverlands, which makes absolutely no sense when you look at the map. The Dunir dwarves, from what we can tell, reside in the Tabletop Mountains, which has all but been confirmed through the concept art on ArtStation, but the Tabletop Mountains are not connected to the Riverlands at all. So this could just mean that there are some dwarves that used to live in the Riverlands and built up a little home in these mountains at one point, or this could be a big tease on some of those significant changes to the map that Steven and Margaret talked about in the beginning of the June livestream, and perhaps the Tabletop Mountains or even the dwarf starting zone has shifted. We will have to wait a little bit more though until Intrepid plans on delivering us a new map to really see what they've been up to with this though. So I guess we'll have to stay tuned. What are your thoughts on what we've learned about on combat in the last few days, or about this suspicious dwarf statue in the mountains? Drop a comment down below, and if you're new to asking to get a great account, feel free to do so in the referral link in the description below. Otherwise, be sure to click that subscribe button, hit that thumbs up, turn on the bell for notifications, and stay tuned for a lot more to come.
At the same time, killing them is not enough because they die in respawn times during the fight, and if you farm, you know exactly why they're annoying. Worst of all, you're required to use them if you want to progress through the game. Basically, they really suck. So any strategy that can make these guys less level the high heavens with your arcane power. So I know where they're coming from on this one. Not really. We're talking about status. That's usually not that effective in responses, but for whatever reason, just tear things. One sleeping pot is out, and it's wild. Like literally around a minute or more before waking up, which basically makes them. You're on our way to win. Prisoners go with a bunch of empty pots, and then load up. Hopefully. You're on our way to win. Dude, it's a tricky term. It's the most frustrating.
We should capture this mercenary camp.
Skyrim's unrelenting. Let's just say there's a reason most of the big bosses in Skyrim aren't near any big cliffs. In the Dawn Guard, the last of the depending on who you get, this guy can be pretty tough, but there is a really easy way to deal with him. Just give him the old.
Practice running away.
The only issue with this
right around
he
here.
has unique armor. Getting it when you've done it this way is it's tough. Like you should be able to find his body
Retreat
down
before
there
it's too late.
somewhere. But have you ever looked for a specific Lego that has been lost in the house? That is the exact feeling you will get looking
I
for
know.
this man. It's honestly a pretty cool way to end what is supposed to be a really big climactic boss. turns what's supposed to be this epic duel into an awkward comedy. Now, maybe not on the level of Napoleon's Dynamite, but that's
don't want to do that again.
Dante's supposed to be a badass, but he's pretty easily thwarted by a guy standing on a ledge. Now, so is Anakin Skywalker.
Get out of there.
but that
Ice
was
wall
really
coming up.
because Dante seems to be dumb in this way.
Get out of there.
And number 7, the fear does not care about fire. Cobra unit you take on in Metal Gear Solid 3, and while this guy can be pretty challenging if you try to find him there, he's a guy that honestly has more weaknesses than
Our
strengths.
ally requires aid.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff you can mess him up with, and most of it's really funny. Most of it. After his stamina gets low enough, he starts searching around for things to eat to restore it.
Shrine gathers power. Claim it in my
Just
name.
happily eats that garbage instead of something that'll actually restore it. Blast away at him, but there's actually an even more cruel thing you can do to this big goat. If you got a torch, you can set him on fire. For some reason, he has no way of responding to being on fire. He just basically ignores it. So he just goes about his business like it's no big deal, and he is
Protect this one at all costs.
All you have to do is wait him out.
What to do? Slay the
You
Guardians.
have some kind of
Unleash the
self-preservation.
Punisher. Go now!
Set him on fire. Maybe he knows it's rotten.
How
Must
about
be a
some
reason.
mercenaries?
Set him on fire so that his body will keep the technology
Look out!
away. I don't know. I don't know.
I cast a long
Look out! Helicopter. In the cutscene, he manages to keep the helicopter from flying off, which kicks off the boss fight where it's supposed to jump the helicopter place and take it down.
There must be a
makes
reason
sense, but
for
here's
this.
where it starts to break down. On top of all the junk on the roof, another thing you can use to damage the helicopter is a toy gun.
Choose a
Like a toy
talent.
spitball gun. It's basically a Nerf gun.
You're a bother.
Projectiles, they're coded as thrown objects. Second, the whole thing is basically just a coding for it, but it's still hilarious.
On
to
the run
imagine
again.
Something like this happening. It's like a jumper.
Double kill.
Runs the top left corner.
Sorry about the kill spree. It was a good one.
With the insane selection, for anybody who's tried to HD version
Let the heavens fall before our mortar punisher.
cheesing. Like, it's pretty rare when a boss cheeses. Literally involves cheesing. It is almost too perfect for a list like this. And number 4, the Master Carpenter.
I won't give up that.
One of those basic challenges.
Ice wall coming up.
There are a ton of them. And players will inevitably create scenarios that hours in the game invert a bit.
I know.
Entire world upside down. Most enemies just have no idea what to do about them. Carpenter, a pretty tough optional boss.
No!
Puts you to the test
Our
of time,
punisher
but
has
it's
been
totally
slaughtered.
impossible by simply using invert. When you're standing on the ceiling,
How
he
about we
doesn't
capture
know what
this
to do.
mercenary
He's attacking, but there's no way for him really to
Something finally went wrong.
the dude who's normally a big challenge into a total count, and it just looks laughable. Triple kill. Haven't been killed. Brutal. And Double Dragon was brutal. It's about as classic of a beat 'em up as you can get. You watch it, not out to get in your way, and at the end of the level, you take on a boss. Next one, fight with you. You are a badass taking on other badasses, and genuine tough guys don't fight. That's what makes it so fun. Totally second level, Say what you will about whether I should or shouldn't have been playing this series so young, I think I turned out okay, but nevertheless, that's a good chunk of my formative years where at some point I was playing a God of War game, and I wouldn't have it any other way. But I'm being rather general at this point, and each game will get their own nostalgia story. That's me trying to set this channel. Subscribe if you want to see the videos about the rest of this series. But let's go back to where it all began. I initially discovered God of War back in 2005 during a family gathering, or maybe just a general visit to my uncle's place. During this visit or gathering, I went over to my uncle's PS2 collection to pick a game to play, probably looking for the Rapid Cortex, but instead I found God of War. I know, big contrast, but there was just something about this box art that made me want to find out more, and so I booted the game up. I managed to get to Athens before it was time to head home, but I was immediately hooked, and so asked my uncle if I could borrow it. He said yes, and well, the rest is history. I played God of War over and over again, playing the game on various difficulties, going after all the secrets, going online to learn more about this historical setting and Greek mythology in general. I was obsessed, and I've been a God of War fan ever since. With that all being said though, I haven't played through the original God of War in probably over a decade, and as easy as it would be to think the game is flawless forever, at some point you need to put that nostalgia to the test. So that's what we're going to do today because, well, you all voted for it. How well does God of War hold up over 16 years later, and is it worth your time visiting or playing for the first time? Let's find out.
For the Nexus!
God of War began development back in 2002 under the working title
For the
Dark
Alliance
Odyssey.
above all!
David Jaffe, the game's creative director, was given, quote, a rare opportunity for a game designer, as Sony gave him near complete creative control to develop God of War on his terms, which, given the game's sizable budget, is, well, as Jaffe said, rare, but well earned after his success with the Twisted Metal series. The original concept for God of War came from Jaffe's experience playing Oni Musha and saying, let's do that with Greek mythology. The reason Greek mythology was the basis for this project was due to how Jaffe visualized the myths themselves and seeing the gameplay mechanics clear as day, such as Medusa's head, Zeus's thunderbolts, and simply battling creatures like the Cyclops was all primed to be experienced in a video game. The team at Santa Monica had a lot of freedom to modify these myths though, as Jaffe really wanted the coolest aspects of the subject matter because Bosty liked the more kid stuff of Greek mythology, such as the fantasy elements, the monsters, and the big set pieces. He wanted more violence, more of an adult version, like the Greek myths meant a heavy metal message. The inspirations for God of War were plentiful, including 1981's Clash of the Titans, Devil May Cry, Prince of Persia, Ico, The Legend of Zelda, but perhaps most importantly, Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark. The reason Raiders of the Lost Ark was such an important inspiration for God of War actually relates back to Jaffe's cancelled project, Dark Guns. Dark Guns was a 4-year project that, as Jaffe describes, was made out of fear and anxiety after Twisted Metal 2, a game surrounded by negativity that was eventually scrapped, and Jaffe felt like he had missed out on a massive opportunity. After developing another Twisted Metal game though, he once again was asked, well, what next? This is where God of War was born, as Jaffe vowed not to make the same mistake again. He needed the next game to be made with passion, not fear, and the inspiration he needed was within Raiders. Jaffe wanted people to experience God of War like his 10-year-old self experienced Raiders of the Lost Ark, and not only that, but just be a game that he wanted to play. This feeling and general philosophy for God of War meant that the game was never really intended to reinvent the action-adventure genre, and just focus on the game being a good time to play. But also, if God of War was going to be compared to the other games, make sure it's the better game in comparison. God of War was finally revealed to the public in mass amounts of hype after the hands-on events, and just 1 year later, and after 3 years of development, God of War would be released in March 2005. Critically, the game received universal acclaim, and commercially, God of War sold over 1 million copies in its first year, and well, the rest is history. Today, you can't think about PlayStation without God of War, and it's a series that has cemented itself amongst the gaming greats. But does that necessarily mean the original God of War holds up all these years later? And most importantly, does playing God of War equal sex?
You should play God of War because it'll get you laid.
Well, that's one question answered. The story for God of War begins with our protagonist, Kratos, cursing the gods of Olympus for abandoning him as he stands atop the tallest cliff in Greece and then proceeds to throw himself into the waters below. The screen fades to black, and then we come to learn the story for God of War actually takes place for the most part 3 weeks prior. That's how God of War begins, and we will come back to this moment, but first, we need to go over Kratos' I know usually I break down the story as it happens for the player, but with flashback storytelling, last 2 victims had been his own wife and daughter, as Ares explains that this village was his way of testing Kratos' power, and simultaneously trying to sever the last of his humanity. Kratos' actions that night stay with him.
Is about to begin.
As the local oracle, giving him a tale of goodness as well as the title that would be feared by all.
Now that is the way you do it.
Get out of there.
His service to Ares and vows to serve the other gods in the hope of ridding himself of his first. This brings us back to the start of the Kratos is on his way to the city of Athens, which is under siege by Ares. This illusion ultimately fails, and in a last-ditch attempt to stop us, Ares
Help me
strips
recruit these
Kratos
monks.
of the blades of chaos, leaving Kratos at the mercy
Help me recruit these monks.
that is included
I'm annoyed now.
bridge, and with it, Kratos kills the god. Kratos is raised and forgiven by the gods.
Let's get out of here.
Kratos' nightmares wasn't part of it.
Now that is the wing which
There must be a reason for this.
Except this time, it keeps quiet. Athena pulls Kratos from the sea, explaining that he has served the gods well, and that there is now an end to time.
Wanna help me before it's too late?
Someone must take care of it.
You have to be part of the problem.
Kratos claiming the throne of the god. The story of God of War is simply epic is sort of overall presentation of the story itself. It really is an epic tale to experience. The way the story is told isn't
Oh, you need me now?
such a
I see.
What there? It's nothing new. That doesn't mean it's not effective. These sorts of
Go away and don't come back.
because they work. Showing Kratos The story of Kratos is often one that gets overlooked. On the surface, Angry Man is angry,
Refreshing.
and it's just a basic. Kratos is a manipulative sociopath.
Let's get out.
Flashbacks do show Kratos to still be the bloodthirsty Spartan we know today, but it's when we see his reaction to him murdering his family and his interaction with his family in the illusion that does show Kratos' soft spot. This is an important moment because one, it shows Kratos had his limits and this is why he doesn't anymore. And two, it's after his family's death where he has just been
I know.
cursed to forever wear their remains. The god he pledged his life to made him do it. By the time we see Kratos again, it's been 10 years where every day he has had to mentally revisit this event. He becomes an understandable character. Don't get me wrong.
Where's my
fast,
crew at?
but that mental tax Kratos is under makes his actions and responses understandable. I also really enjoyed the feeling of but they won't let him fight. So
Run now.
oh,
Might see
it's
another
very
day.
bleak and twisted, and I love it. As a fan of Greek mythology, I think it's hard not to love seeing these fables make it into seeing the fate of Kronos and the world and in a game to this day, seaside. As I said in the development segment, these myths are not intended to be spotted.
I have a long shadow.
Aspects of slaughter and
Help me
Hades.
recruit these monks.
Well, not a villain for once, or the aesthetic of Mount Olympus. These are seemingly pretty
This is what
spot
it
on.
takes.
Story to be the side story and not the focus of an area. Pandora's Temple is
The
just such a
payload will be
large section of
redeployed
the
shortly.
game, and it doesn't feel like
Select
a structured
We're on our way to winning.
This is what time to shine and really highlight the antagonist, but we still do have enough motivation to kill him, so this isn't such a
How about we bust up?
Overall, though, I just really enjoyed God of War's story, and I think that's pretty obvious by this point. Experience with Kratos makes him feel like a human being. Sure, he's angry, he hates the world, and he kills everything in his way. I'm not saying he's a good person.
Get out of there.
When you learn about his past and what he's living through, he becomes a enemy score.
Ruthless like no.
冰强，升起来吧！
God of War doesn't really show its Obviously, replaying God of War today, I've played through the series this game created, and I've seen how the gameplay has improved immensely. But there's a reason the gameplay formula never really strayed too far from what we
There's
saw
darkness out there.
original God of War. And that's because it's a pretty good time to play. What is the God of War? Well, God of War is a third-person action-adventure with a fixed camera perspective centering around hack-and-slash combo-based combat, platforming, and puzzles. But more specifically, this is the God of War formula. Yes, I did check out several games.
Run now.
Well, it just
Must be a reason.
if I was to describe satisfying, repetitious, the way Kratos moves when he switches between light and heavy attacks, creating new combinations, grabbing an enemy and whipping them around the arena, dodge rolling around massive enemies, perfectly timed blocks, all of these whilst mixing in the numerous magic abilities, switching between the blades of chaos and the blade of Artemis, and then building up to using the rage of the gods ability to
My head hurts.
each movement just flows into the large circle for a hack and slash combo chasing system.
Why do you have to be part of
It
the
feels
problem?
good to see that
I'm heading
combo
over
meter
here.
going up because firstly, it goes away quite quickly, so it makes it feel like I don't know what it is, but
Thanks for the relief.
Raids and chaos with the way Kratos moves feels very convincing. It gives me the The AI isn't flash by any means, but there's still a threat.
Get out of there.
Especially in the right combination, they force the player to
Go away. Don't come back. High proximity, maybe consider passing on the blade of Artemis, since range. Well, the bigger the enemy, like Cyclops, the more useful Medusa's gaze may be, or combinations that stun an enemy or have advantage. This brings me to the infamous quick time events, another mechanic that gives the player more to think about. Enemies like Gorgon, trickier QTEs, but are a great source of magic, making for a great risk versus reward, especially if you're on lower health and mess up these prompts, you're done. You need to reset. There's something just satisfying about This isn't
failing on a
over.
Cyclops, for example. Seeing that big red circle appear and then brutally slaughtering them. It's visually even if some prompts make you feel like your finger is having a spasm, and sometimes the grab to initiate these moments flat out doesn't work.
Get out of there.
The combat really does hit its peak towards the end of the game though, and that's simply
Get out
because
just becomes a monstrous area of effect, can be used.
Escort the payload.
Get out of there. Something's in right. Run now, and you might see another I cast alone. On the run again.
You have been slain. Enemy payload firing. Your keep has been destroyed. The enemy is attacking.
I'm annoyed now.
Your core is under attack. Select attack.
Get out of there.
The enemy is attacking your core.
Easy enough. I can't do this on my own.